built on the bravery of many.
We know these stories can be painful, but they must be told again and again so our children and grandchildren understand the cost of freedom. These stories keep our history alive and remind us of what it took to get here.
Today, Guam's pride and patriotism are stronger than ever. We see it in the way we serve one another, the way we honor our culture, and the way we carry our island forward together.
So, as we gather with our family and friends, attend village festivities, or watch the parade together, let's take a moment to reflect on how far we've come and who made that journey possible.
To our Manamku, our service members, past and present, and to everyone who calls this island home, this day is for you. Viva Guam!
Viva Liberation!
I will tell you that I remember my grandmother never spoke of what her experiences were during the war. But every day my grandmother had a certain nuance. When she would come home from work or when she come home from what she was doing, she'd always go out to the yard and in a bend motion would pull the grass, would pull weeds. And she would do this for hours. Only to find out later on, because she never spoke of the war, that she was one of those individuals that were forced to build the airfield in Calagua. She was one of those individuals that had to pick up the rocks and pull the weeds to build the airfield. Now, working with survivors and hearing their stories, that's what we need to remember in this period of liberation that we talked about. It's not the liberation today of what we want from our future. It's celebration of a liberation from people who were captured, who were enslaved, who were beaten, who suffered, and in some cases killed. It is a celebration so that our people know that their prayers were answered 81 years ago. That's what we celebrate, that their prayers were answered.
Hafiday. Today, we come together to mark a momentous occasion, the 81st anniversary of Guam's liberation from Japanese occupation. This day stands as a powerful testament to the resilience, courage, and unwavering spirit of the people of Guam. 81 years ago, our island endured immense hardship and suffering under a harsh occupation. Families were torn apart, lives were forever changed, and the spirit of our community was tested in ways unimaginable. Yet, through it all, the people of Guam held on to hope, drawing strength from the deep-rooted sense of identity and the belief in a brighter future. On this day, we honor the brave individuals who fought tirelessly for our freedom. We remember the valor of the soldiers who stormed our shores, the determination of the resistance fighters who risked everything, and the strength of our ancestors who endured and survived. Their sacrifices have bestowed upon us the priceless gift of liberty, which we cherish and safeguard with all of our hearts. As we celebrate this 81st anniversary, let us reflect not only on the past, but also look forward to our future. Our island has risen from the ashes of war, blossoming into a vibrant, thriving community. We have embraced our history and our heritage, and we continue to build a society that values peace, unity, and progress. Today, we stand as a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. We honor those that came before us by living lives that are worthy of their sacrifices. We teach our children about the importance of freedom and liberty and the cost of which it was won. And we unite as a community, drawing strength from our shared past and the promise of our future. On this day of celebration, let us remember that liberation is not just a historical event. It is a living legacy. It is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope and resilience can light the way. Happy Liberation Day, Guam. Thank you, and si Diyos masi.
Was a battleground in the global conflict known as World War II. The echoes of war still linger in our collective memory, a stark reminder of the sacrifices made and the freedom we hold dear. The Chamorro people, this land is more than just soil. It is the heart of our identity, our culture, and our very being. When war ravaged our shores, it threatened not only our physical existence, but also the essence of who we are. Yet, in the face of unimaginable hardship, the Chamorro spirit endured. Our ancestors' resilience and their relentless commitment to our way of life are testament to the indomitable will of our people. We honor the survivors, those who lived through the horrors of war, who witnessed the unthinkable, and who carry the scars of that time in our hearts. Your stories, though painful, are a crucial part of our history. They serve as a reminder of the price for the freedom we enjoy today. We are forever grateful for your strength and your resolve. The liberation of Guam was not only solely the work of those who called the island home, it was the bravery and sacrifice of the Allied forces that turned the tide of war in our favor. Soldiers, sailors, and Marines from distant lands shed blood and tears on our soil, fighting not just for a strategic outpost, but for the principles of freedom, justice, and the dignity of all people. Their valor will never be forgotten. As we reflect on the 81st anniversary, let us remember the lessons of history. Let us honor the sacrifices made and the freedom earned, but let us also recommit ourselves to the ideals that define us as a people. That's resilience, compassion, and a belief in the power of the human spirit. Guam is more than just a piece of land. It is a symbol of the strength of a people, of the power of freedom, and the unbreakable bonds that tie us together. As we move forward, let us carry the memories of the past with us, but let's also forge a future built on the principles of peace, justice, and liberty for all. Today, we also pay special tribute to families that serve our country on the home front in their own unique way and the sacrifices they make. We extend our everlasting gratitude and thanks to them. We have an exciting lineup today. We have over 70 entries this year. We have military marching units, government of Guam agencies, nonprofit businesses, civic organizations, motorcycle clubs, auto dealerships, and always exciting village floats and our Queen's floats. And if you're at the grandstand, you're hearing the roars of the Guam's Unity Motorcycle Clubs and Association. I didn't have to run today's 5K race to get my heart rate up. You are listening to the sounds of the Guam's Unity Motorcycle Clubs and Associations. I now want to ask our governor, our lieutenant governor, and our dignitaries to join us at the bottom grandstand as we proceed for our wreath laying ceremony at the Marine Corps Monument. So if we can stage ourselves at the bottom of the grandstand and proceed across the street to the Marine Corps Monument. This is a customary tradition prior to our Liberation Parade. The Marine Corps Monument honors the 1st Divisional Brigade, the 3rd Division Marines, for whom Route 1 is named. At its inception in 1941, there was only one road that was fully graded and modern. In that same year, the armed forces began work on Guam Highway 1, but was cut short by the Japanese invasion in December 1941. The Japanese did little in the way of the infrastructure, and there was no improvement to this highway. Following the USMC invasion in 1944, work resumed to complete this road. 60 days after the Allied invasion, a 4-lane backdrop highway was running from Naval Station Guam, 12 miles north, and included 9 bridges. Until 2004, this road was simply known as Marine Drive, until it was rededicated by Governor Felix Perez Camacho. This monument was erected to honor the Marines of the 1st Provisional Brigade, 3rd Division, for their invasion and liberation of Guam, in conjunction with the rededication. The marker reads, dedicated to the living and dead of the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade and the 3rd Marine Division, who landed on this island on July 21, 1944, and spearheaded an attack to liberate Guam, first Japanese conquered territory of World War II. Major General Henry L. Larson, United States Marine Corps, 1945. Again, thank you to our governor and our lieutenant governor, joined by our military leadership, for the wreath laying that just occurred at the Marine Corps Monument. Making our way towards the grandstand at this time, I do see Queen, our 81st Liberation Queen, Antonia Maria Guerrero, proudly representing her village of Petey. Let's give a round of applause. Petey Pride on full display. We also welcome members of our greatest generation, approaching our grandstand, our war survivors, and our Manamko. We also have leaders from all sectors of government and the military, as well as our foreign government representatives. Our Grand Marshals today are Colonel Joaquin Danny Santos, United States Marine Corps retired. As a young boy, Colonel Santos endured the forced march and internment at Manangan. After the war, he joined the U.S. Marine Corps, rising through the ranks to retire as colonel. As a son of Asan, he remains a symbol of duty and perseverance. Mrs. Teresita Sablan Agan Guerrero is also a Grand Marshal today, a survivor of the Manangan concentration camp. Mrs. Guerrero embodies quiet resilience and strength. Her story, marked by wartime hardship and post-war dedication to family and faith, continues to inspire generations. Also, our Grand Marshal, Mr. Vicente Salas Angoko, United States Navy retired, originally from Hagåtña and now a resident of Haga. Mr. Angoko survived the atrocities of the Asinan concentration camp. He later enlisted in the U.S. Navy, where he served until his retirement in 1972. He and his wife established Angoko Trucking, which remains a pillar of Guam's business community today. We also have Mrs. Maria Concepcion Gale, also a survivor of the Asinan camp. Mrs. Gale's life, oh, she's right here. Mrs. Gale's life reflects the enduring spirit of Chamorro women who rebuilt their lives, communities, and families. Please rise in observance of the singing of the national anthem and Guam hymn.
Before I start unplugging stuff, we have two fans, and then it has extension cords, but we need to plug it in somewhere.
So again, approaching our grandstand now is Miss Julia Manley Villagomez. Raised in Barrigada and Agena Heights, Julia was attending Mass and her grandmother, the morning Guam was attacked. Her grandfather, Albert Percy Manley, was taken to Japan as a prisoner of war because he was an American. The family endured constant surveillance and hardship, and Julia was punished for speaking English, a language the children were forbidden to use. After the war, she graduated from George Washington High School and became a teacher, all while continuing her education in the evenings. Again, these are our Grand Marshals, our most honored guests and distinguished members of Guam's greatest generation. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yes, let's give them a big round of applause. We would not be here without them and their courage and their sacrifice. Tisus Masi.
Okay, we'll test it in 1 second. I need to address something for comms first. What is it? What number? 6-4. Where's Vinny?
I now want to call to the podium for her remarks and to officially open today's 81st Liberation Day Parade, the Honorable Lourdes A. Leon Guerrero, after, of course, she escorts Miss Teresita to the grandstand. Again, Miss Teresita being escorted now onto the grandstand is a survivor of the Manyengan concentration camp. So I also want to welcome to the podium our Lieutenant Governor and our Governor for their opening remarks for today's 81st Guam Liberation Parade themed Fanogi Chamorro.
Half a day. As we reflect back on 81 years ago, we can imagine how the Marines stormed the shores of our island to save our people from the atrocities of war. And you can imagine how our people felt to be liberated, to again have their freedom, liberty, and peace restored to this beautiful island of Guam. We're celebrating 81 years of that. And we are a very forgiving community, as we have forgiven, but we will never forget. And we have to make sure we then move down all our legacy and history about World War II and the liberation and our freedom and our peace in our island to our children, our grandchildren, so they also will never forget. So on behalf of the people of Guam, we welcome you to this 81 Liberation Day parade, where we can celebrate the men and women who've sacrificed their lives for our freedom, so that we can go to the schools we choose, so we can worship the God we worship, so we can speak our minds without any reservations. That's what liberty and freedom is all about. And with this, we will use this to help further better our island and lift up our families so their lives can be better for our future and the future generation to come. So thank you for being here to celebrate. Be safe. Enjoy the day. I'd like to now ask the Lieutenant Governor to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Governor. Fanogi Chamorro. Viva Liberation. I want to first recognize our war survivors that are here today, those that are watching at home, those that are living abroad. As sons and daughters of Guam, it is our duty and responsibility to ensure that our island never forgets the tremendous sacrifice that was made on behalf of all of us. Our wartime generation rebuilt our island from the ground up, turning our island Guam into one of the most prosperous places in the entire world. We also thank our U.S. military partners, all those that have served, all those that serve, and especially those and the memory of those that liberated our island. We love you. Biba Chamorro. Fanogi Chamorro. Biba Guam. Happy liberation.
I now officially open this Liberation Day parade.
You heard it from our governor and our lieutenant governor. Biba Guam, Biba Liberation. Here we are now with the joint color guard joining us down the grandstand. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you all please rise and direct your attention to the American Guam flag as they make their way down the parade route. We will then proceed with singing the national anthem and Guam hymn by the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force Band. And please join me then in singing our Guam hymn and our national anthem. If our parade goers can lower down their music to respect the singing of the national anthem and Guam hymn performed by the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force Band. Again, thank you to the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force Band. Based in Okinawa, Japan, is the U.S. Marine Corps' only forward deployed musical unit. Comprised of 50 Marine musicians, the band performs throughout the Indo-Pacific region with a range of ensembles including marching, concerts, ceremonial, jazz, and commercial groups. Since 1978, the band has served as a musical ambassador, building goodwill and strengthening relationships through public performances, community outreach, and international events. Their presence supports diplomatic efforts and fosters cultural exchange with allies and local communities. As the Marine Corps' sole musical representative in the Eastern Hemisphere, the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force Band connects with diverse audiences and proudly represents the United States through music. Proudly representing the Marine Corps are Marines and sailors from Marine Corps Camp Blas and Combat Logistics Company 34. Marine Corps Base Camp Blas serves as a strategic logistics hub positioned to bolster regional security and stability in the Indo-Pacific. The base plays a critical role in the DoD's ability to deter and defend, and is a testament to the strength of the U.S.-Japan alliance, which is a cornerstone of peace, security, and prosperity in the region. The base is named in honor of Brigadier General Vicente Thomas Ben Garrido Blas, the first Chamorro Marine to attain the rank of General Officer, and honors the Blas family and the significant relationship between the island of Guam and the U.S. Marine Corps, which has endured since before the campaigns of World War II. We now have approaching the Grandstand, Naval Base Guam Security Department. U.S. Naval Base Guam is home to more than 35 10 commands, approximately 7,500 military and civilian personnel, and more than 5,000 dependents. NBG enables operational mission access to tenant commands as well as home-ported and transient ships. With NBG's mission to support the forces of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, it is a strategic and important logistics and maintenance port. NBG thanks the people of Guam for their hospitality and looks forward to fostering and developing community relations. Viva Guam! Viva Naval Base Guam! We now have approaching the Grandstand, Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard and Intermediate Maintenance Facility Detachment, Guam. Established in February 2025 as the lead maintenance activity for the U.S. Navy's in Guam, Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard Detachment Guam's mission is to repair and maintain submarines of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Living by their motto, "We keep them fighting," the detachment ensures the Pacific Fleet submarines are always ready to answer our nation's call. They are proud to be part of the Guam community and look forward to contributing to its growth and prosperity by building a strong workforce using local talent. Again, making their way past the Grandstand is the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard and Intermediate Maintenance Facility Detachment. We now have approaching the Grandstand, the U.S. Air Force 36th Wing. The U.S. Air Force 36th Wing, Andersen Air Force Base, is home to a variety of units and members, all focused on projecting power from the forward edge. Again, approaching our Grandstand is the 36th Wing Andersen Air Force, home to a variety of unit and members, all focused on projecting power from the forward edge. Approaching our grand is the U.S. Coast Guard Forces Micronesia Sector Guam and Base Guam, including fast response cutters for marching. Hafaday from Forces Micronesia Sector Guam and Base Guam, the Pacific's proud protectors. Since delivering the Marines to storm the shore in 1944, liberating Guam, they now stand over 350 strong. These coasties and their striking fast response cutters battle typhoons, guard our ports and our waterways, and stop illegal maritime activity across the sea with the spirit of Chamorro warriors. From rescuing mariners to shielding Micronesia's waters, they keep Guam's heart beating strong, our guardians of the Western Pacific. Now let's talk about our very own hometown heroes, the Guam National Guard. These incredible folks have been always ready, always there since July 21, 1981. They're composed of both Army and Air Force, doing everything from the fighting overseas, protecting our homeland, and even jumping into action for disasters like COVID-19 and Typhoon Mawar. This is our 721st Army Band, led by Chief Warrant Officer 4 Christopher Iwashita and Sergeant First Class Michael Massimo. Now approaching is the first formation of 105th Troop Command, led by Colonel Manny Duenas and Command Sergeant Major Joseph Barcinas. The 105th contains many of the units you saw spawn at Typhoon Mawar, including the 124th Engineers, with some of their heavy equipment on display here. The 105th also has the 721st Army Band, Hulu Forward Support Company, and Aviation Detachment. Let's hear 105th Troop Command. Following the 105th are representatives from Guam National Guard's Medical Readiness Detachment. Again, leading the Guam National Guard is the fantastic command team, the Adjutant General, Brigadier General Michael W. Cruz, and State Command Sergeant Major Celso Leonin, who are joining with them in the grandstand this morning. Following the U.S. Coast Guard is the Commander of Troops, Colonel Charles Douglas, Assistant Adjutant General and Land Component Sergeant Major, and Sergeant Major Dwayne Perez. We also have the Guam Air National Guard Commander, Colonel Jason Sander, and Command Chief Charles McDonald. Behind Colonel Douglas is the Joint Staff. Together, the leadership team ensures that the Guam Guard is always ready, always there to defend Guam and the Marianas. Immediately following the command team is the well-known band, which we saw already, led by Chief Warrant Officer 4 Christopher Iwashita, Sergeant First Class Michael Massimo. Slowly approaching our grandstand. We're following the 105th are representatives from Guam's National Guard Medical Readiness Detachment. Again, let's give it up for the Guam National Guard. Always ready, always there. Following the 105th are representatives from Guam National Guard's Medical Readiness Detachment, Lieutenant Colonel Roseanne Aparon, Recruiting and Retention Battalion Lieutenant Colonel John Guerrero, and the 203D Regional Training Institute, led by Lieutenant Colonel John Salas. These critical units known as IBUs, or itty-bitty units, are force multipliers. They provide the personnel, medical, and training readiness essential for warfighters to accomplish their missions. Viva IBUs! All right, get ready, everyone, for everyone knows and loves the 1st Battalion, 294th Infantry Regiment, better known as the incredible Chamari Battalion. These men and women are led by Lieutenant Colonel Joey St. Nicholas and Command Sergeant Major Patrick Flores, and they're the Guard's biggest and toughest war-fighting unit. This battalion is packed with skilled soldiers, and we're talking about scouts, snipers, mortar teams, field artillery, heavy weapon specialists, and light infantry. The Chamari Battalion has been all over the world, from deployments in Afghanistan and Africa during the global war on terrorism to peacekeeping missions in Egypt and Saudi Arabia, handling missile defense security right here at home, and even stepping up for typhoon and pandemic response and more. They truly do it all. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Chamari Battalion. And for this year's theme, Fanogi Chamorro, they're standing tall, proud, and united. Who embodies the spirit better than our Guam National Guard? These incredible men and women stand tall for our island daily. Their crucial mission, the defense of Guam, directly ensures that our people, our vibrant culture, and our youth way of life flourish in peace and freedom. Every drill, every mission, their sacrifices allow us to proudly declare, Fanogi Chamorro! They are dedicated native defenders, keeping our island safe so we continue to rise strong.
Hafade, the
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the grandstand Task Force Talon, led by its commander, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Stafford. Task Force Talon is the active duty Army unit responsible for providing ballistic missile defense for Guam and the Marianas. The task force is comprised of the E-3 Air Defense Artillery THAAD Battery, the U.S. Army's first ever forward-deployed terminal high-altitude area defense battery, currently led by Captain Henry Etchberger. It also is comprised of Guam Army National Guard Security Unit, currently Kulepla Company, led by Captain Gregory May. They provide site and asset security operations for E-3 Air Defense Artillery in support of the defense of Guam and the Marianas. Task Force Talon is joined by Regional Hub Node soldiers from the 78th Signal Battalion, currently led by First Lieutenant Marvin Henry. The Regional Hub Node soldiers provide strategic communication support to remote island locations in the Indo-Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Task Force Talon approaching our grandstand as we speak. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Guam Army National Guard Staff Element, or Garang Element, led by Captain Christine St. Augustine and First Sergeant Karina Andre. The Garang Element offers essential command and control for Army staff. Their comprehensive support consists of human resources, intelligence, operations, logistics, and IT. Thanks to these, ladies and gentlemen, the commanders in the field can excel in their missions. Finally, we've got a truly special unit, the Guam National Guard Family Programs Office Summer Camp. Camp Freedom. Our children are absolutely our pride and joy, right? But the kids of our service members, they're often unique sacrifices when a parent is deployed. Following our theme of Whanoki Chamorro, standing tall and strong, the camp helps them do just that. It's all about empowering these young ones to grow, to thrive, and stand proud knowing their community supports them. To join our hometown and be a force for good, check out the Guard's recruiting station today or message them on Facebook or Instagram, Guam National Guard. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for our sons and daughters of Guam and the Guam National Guard. Always ready, always there. Next, approaching our grandstand is the Guam Air National Guard's Tata Monas. Led by Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Leon Guerrero and Chief Master Sergeant Luis Camacho, the 254th Air Base Guam integrates 7 specialized squadrons and flights, each bringing unique capabilities to the force. The 254th Support Squadron, responsible for sustaining morale and mission capability. They manage personnel services, training, and base support activities. The 293rd Combat Communications Squadron are their experts in tactical communications. They ensure robust and secure information systems during deployments and emergency operations. The Comptroller Flight, providing budgetary planning, fiscal oversight, and resource management to power the group's missions. The 254th Communications Flight supports critical cyber and communications infrastructure. They enhance operational connectivity both in Guam and abroad. The 254th Medical Flight, delivering vital medical readiness. They care for the health and wellness of our service members during peacetime and combat operations. The 254th Red Earth Squadron, renowned for rapid engineering and construction operations in austere environments. This unit delivers the backbone of infrastructure support during contingency missions. And the 254th Security Forces Squadron are the guardians of our airbase safety and security. They provide law enforcement, force protection, and anti-terrorism expertise. Together, the 254th Air Base Guam reflects Guam's strategic importance in the Indo-Pacific region and the dedication of its citizen airmen to service, resilience, and excellence. Whether supporting global contingencies or local emergencies, this team remains always ready, always there. Biba Tatamonas! Again, to join our hometown and be a force for good, check out the Guard's recruiting station today, or you can visit them on social media. That's on their Facebook or Instagram pages. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it again for our sons and daughters of Guam and the Guam National Guard. and gentlemen, I want to draw your attention to the skies for the United States Air Force as they conduct a flyover on this parade route. Again, if you could turn your attention to the sky as the United States Air Force conducts a flyover of this parade route. Again, ladies and gentlemen, approaching our grandstand is a flyover by the United States Air Force. Viva Guam! Viva Liberation! Fanogi Chamorro. Back to the grandstand. Joining the Guam Air National Guard this year under the Guam National Guard State Partnership Program, we have dignitaries and service members from the Armed Forces of the Philippines joining us. Again, that's a National Guard State Partnership Program joining us right now at the grandstand. Again, thank you so much to these dignitaries and service members from the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Welcome to Guam. Welcome to the Guam 81st Liberation Parade themed Fanogi Chamorro.
Hafa Day. The 81st anniversary of the island's liberation is my first experience in commemorating and honoring all those who have suffered and sacrificed their precious lives during World War II. On July 6, I, along with members of the Japanese community, joined the Manengo Memorial March. Presenting a floral wreath, I expressed, in the spirit of the Chamorro Inafa Maulik, my sincerest and deepest respect and remorse on behalf of Japan to all the people of Guam, the military and the Chamorro War survivors, and especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice 81 years ago. The 81st Liberation Day, Fanogi Chamorro, Stand-i Guamanians. The powerful opening line of Guam's anthem coincides with another major milestone of the enactment of the 75th anniversary of the Organic Act of Guam. Commemorating both anniversaries, I would like to note that the thoughts and the prayers of the Japanese community are always with you. We will never forget your sacrifices. Let us continue to work together for a long-lasting and peaceful world. Ndakurona Sijusumase.
Buenos on the Hafa Day. Today marks the 81st anniversary of Guam's liberation. 81 years ago, our home faced its most challenging period. We deeply appreciate their incredible bravery and huge sacrifice during those tough times.
Over 18,000 U.S. service members fought against Japanese oppression to liberate Guam. They are the reason Guam stands free today.
And today, your Guam National Guard stands ready. We are here because of you.
Guam's patriotism, strength, and trust is the reason the Guam National Guard serves with pride. This will defend.
Always ready, always there.
Siduus Maasi.
And Viva Liberation.
Buenos Zan, half a day. I'm Colonel Richard Marshall, the commanding officer of Marine Corps Base Camp Blas.
I'm Master Gunnery Sergeant Christopher Kravenko, the senior enlisted leader for Camp Blas. It's an honor to gather with our friends, family, neighbors, and the island community to commemorate the 81st anniversary of Guam's liberation. Today, and always, we remember the profound sacrifices of the Chamorro people and the blood shed by our brothers in arms on this sacred ground. This year's theme, Fanogi Chamorro, or Stand Ye Guamanians, honors the resiliency of the Chamorro people and the strength of the Chamorro culture.
Although more than 8 decades have passed since the brutal occupation of Guam and the landing of Marines, sailors, and soldiers on the beaches of Asan and Agat, the courage and sacrifice of those who endured and fought is ever present across the island. That unbreakable spirit continues to define this island community as it defines us as Americans. Your Guam Marines are proud to bear General Blas's name, as he embodied the indomitable spirit and unyielding courage of a son of Guam and a United States Marine. From all of us, your Blas Marines, we wish you all a meaningful and happy Liberation Day.
Jesus,
Masai, and Semper Fidelis.
Hafaday, Zambiba Guam. On behalf of the men and women of our armed forces across Guam, I wish each of you a meaningful and joyful 81st Liberation Day. Today, we honor the memory of those who endured occupation here on Guam, the courage of the brave men and women who fought for freedom, and tenacity of those who rebuilt this beautiful island and community with pride and purpose.
Hafaday. It's a privilege to stand together with the people of Guam to remember this great day. This celebration marks 81 years of freedom and is a testament to the resilience and the strength of the Chamorro spirit. Liberation Day reminds us that strong partnerships between Guam and the U.S. military is built on our shared history, mutual respect, and our unwavering commitment to peace and security.
We are humbled to live and serve among you as one Guam, to be part of a community that exemplifies courage, hospitality, and unity.
This year, as the Navy celebrates 250 years of service, we join with this wonderful community to celebrate 81 years of freedom. We reaffirm our commitment to this island, its people, and our future.
Viva Guam.
Viva Liberation Day. Viva!
We are the United States Coast Guard, America's maritime guardians,
ensuring safety, security, and stewardship of our waters.
On July 21st, 1944, we stood with our allies during Operation Forager.
Helped liberate Guam from Japanese occupation.
From typhoon response to maritime law enforcement and search and rescue, we're proud to serve Guam and our nation, honoring our shared history.
Today, our crews protect our island shores
and deepen our ties across the Pacific.
Viva Coast Guard!
Viva Liberation!
Viva Guam!
Hafaday, Guam. I'm Colonel Dan Cooley, commander of the 36th Wing, Anderson Air Force Base. As we commemorate the 81st anniversary of Liberation Day, we remember and acknowledge the profound hardships endured by the Chamorro people. We remember the pain, the loss, and the unwavering spirit that defined those difficult years. We also honor the brave service members who fought side by side to restore freedom to this island. Liberation Day is more than just a date on a calendar. It's a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit and a symbol of hope born from adversity. Team Anderson is not just located on Guam. Team Anderson is a part of Guam. We're privileged to stand with you today and every day in remembrance of the past, in respect for the culture, and in hope for the future. Together, we will continue to honor the legacy of Liberation Day. Viva Guam.
Hafaday, everyone. My name is Ina Carrillo, General Manager at PBS Guam. And beside me is Donovan Brooks, our Chairman of the Board. We're glad you can join us in commemorating this special milestone in our island's history with PBS Guam's Liberation Day Parade broadcast and stream.
From the beaches of Tumon to the jungles of Jonia, Guam shines brighter than ever today. Guam's Liberation Day is a time to remember the sacrifices of our veterans and celebrate our cherished freedom.
To all who have called this beautiful island home, whether near or far, we invite you to gather with your friends and family and join the festivities as we bring the parade to you in your homes and on your devices. Let's honor our heritage, share stories of resilience, and build an even stronger community together from wherever you are.
So grab your families, gather your friends, and mark this special day with joy and pride. Viva Guahan, long live Guam and her people. From the staff and management at PBS Guam, thank you for being part of our island's history. Let the celebrations begin.
Afade, welcome to the 2025 Liberation Day Parade, the 81st Guam Liberation Day Parade. Guamasi Pali Suba, it is an honor to be here with our PBS Guam family. Thank you so much for having me, General Manager Ina Carilla, and also our Chairman of the Board, Donovan Brooks.
Half a day, Polly.
Half a day, everybody. It is a beautiful day for a parade. Oh my goodness.
Yes, it is. The skies are clear, and we just seen a flyover just a second ago, and we're so happy and grateful to be here today.
And so we want to thank our presenters, our sponsors real quick. You can already see that we are right in the middle of the parade, and so we want to get you there from Jigo to Malesu, from all over the world. Thank you for joining us here on KGTF Channel 12, PBS Guam's YouTube channel as well.
All right, so without these sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do what we do, and we want to just briefly acknowledge them. So the parade today is brought to you by the Office of the Governor and Lieutenant Governor of Guam, the Mayor's Council of Guam, and of course KGTF TV Channel 12, PBS Guam. We are also sponsored by the Department of Public Health and Social Service, Division of Children Wellness, Preschool Development Grant Birth to 5, the Guam Police Department and the Wear It Guam campaign, KUAM Communications, Pacific Island Club Guam, Bank of Guam, Jones and Guerrero Company, the Guam Power Authority, Guam Energy Office, Premier Construction, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Crowns, Coca-Cola, and Foremost Foods. They're celebrating 75 years on Guam. Guam Green Growth, Pacific Daily News, Mega Mix 101.9 FM, K Stereo 95.5, and Kish 102.9, Cherry Media Vision, Trivision Media Group, Vantage Advertising, Thrive Media Group, East West Rental Center, and special thanks to Wendy's Guam, Pepsi Bottling Company, Payless Market, Cinnabon Guam, Jamaican Grill, Living Water, Subway Guam, and Chili's Bar and Guam. Grill and Bar, I'm sorry. Sidus Masi, everybody, and thank you for joining us live for this year's 81st Liberation Day Parade.
81st. I've been here for all 81. No, I'm kidding.
So we just watched the Father Dueñas Memorial School Navy Junior ROTC, right? We just saw them go through. I believe right now we are seeing Ukadu High School Marine Corps JROTC. Since 2009, Ukadu High School has the only Marine Corps JROTC unit and program in Guam and neighboring islands. Approximately 130 cadets make up the Bulldog Battalion. The MCJROTC Ukadu High School, the battalion commander is Cadet Major Rebel Carlos. The cadet executive officer is Cadet Captain Christian Apron, and the battalion sergeant major is Cadet Sergeant Major Aaron Antonio. It's the only Marine Corps JROTC in Guam, and they take pride in the legacy of our island and its people. That legacy flows through each cadet in our battalion and is reflected in the actions and the pride of being the only Marine Corps JROTC in Guam. There we go. And is this Hoggett already? Are we at Hoggett? I know Hoggett's going to be coming up real soon. Oh, it's Guam Auto Spot. The kids sporting that Guam Auto Spot. All right.
Yeah, this is Auto Spot. Oh, and they have the circus. They have the
Over at the Pacific Islands Club, right?
Yes.
The American Circus?
Yeah.
All right.
I heard they're going to have a new show soon. Like they're going to have some sort of, it's like a mix of island show with it's going to be a new show that they're going to launch very, very soon. I think it's in construction. Well, I tell you what, last night, as we were setting up and I was leaving, I drove through the parade grounds, and it was so nice to see everybody setting up and all the families. And what I thought was like so nostalgic was seeing all those banners with the family names. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was such a sight to see. So it was really nice, and it's like it's nice that we still connect that way, and our families still find time to gather and celebrate Liberation Day together.
I drove down Marine Corps Drive around 10 o'clock just to see what was going on, and families were still barbecuing and partying, and the music was, every tent you passed, there was a different a song playing, and people were you could tell that they were just waiting for this morning. So I'm so happy to be here.
No wonder why Chamorro Village was extra packed this year. All the people coming home.
Well, they had a great setup in the back where they're using all the small.
The FestPac huts.
The FestPac huts.
They're having events. It's like a mini carnival. They're
Yeah, it's
having
great.
outside.
It's really nice.
What's going to be and then after the parade, what we could look forward to is wrapping up our day with the Liberation Fireworks Show. That, of course, is hosted by the Guam Visitors Bureau. They'll be lighting up the sky at 7:21 tonight.
Nice.
So there's 3 shows in Hagåtña, the Hagåtña treatment plant, and it's going to be like a 15-minute fireworks show. And then we have 2 other locations at Fort Apugan and the Paseo Point at the Statue of Liberty. But that will have, I think it's going to have a 5-minute delay. So maybe our fireworks will be about 20 minutes, and that would be something anyway. So don't forget about that, and that will happen at 7:21 tonight.
All right.
Also, I wanted to just mention really quick before we get back to the parade that right next to the broadcast booth, up here at the grandstand, we have a partnership with Crowns Guam, PBS and Crowns Guam, selling Liberation merch. So you can get your Liberation collaboration tees.
I got me one already.
Yeah?
It's so cool because we got the crown and then PBS Guam right there. And so it's just great to see the collaboration between a very well-known brand like Crowns and PBS Guam, the wonderful work that you do in our community, and also just bringing Guam and our stories to everybody around the world that tunes in to all the programming on PBS Guam and KGTF Channel 12. I'm so happy that you have that YouTube channel as well, because you are connecting to the entire world, sharing our stories. I absolutely love the sign-up program. And the motorcycles love it too.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm going to pause so we can take a look.
Right.
Sound check, sound check. Sound check. Was saying, I want to say that it's just so amazing to see how many people actually watch our live broadcast and footage on our YouTube channel, especially during this Liberation Day event. It's like it definitely is one of the highlights of the year for PBS. And we're so proud to continuously upgrade our technology to bring you the best quality broadcast and stream that we can. If you don't know, today's broadcast, I'm looking into an AI camera. We have another long shot that you're probably looking at right now. These are done, these shots are with our brand new AI cameras that we'll be using for our sports coverage that we plan to be doing hopefully early next year. So it's unmanned, and it's the first time we're doing it, and we're proud to continuously bring these sort of updates and high quality productions to our community.
Absolutely. I was shocked when I came here, like, wait a minute.
Where's the camera set up?
Where's the camera operator?
There's no one. We're literally talking into like a what is this thing? A drone looking like
Yeah,
camera.
it's technology. Like,
It's
heck
different,
yeah.
isn't it?
I like it.
Yes, absolutely. I love these vehicles too. Oh my goodness, making me jealous. I don't even want to get into my car after this, looking at these cars here.
Another flyover. I just heard Crystal say there's going to be another flyover in a few minutes.
That's the third. We're pulling out all the stops.
Whose car collection is this? This is just an entire group of car enthusiasts.
Enthusiasts.
Huh? Yeah.
Right? Well, if I had a car like that, I'd be enthusiastic.
Wow, that is impressive. Where do they hide them, though? I hardly ever see these vehicles.
In
like
the
driving-
garage.
I don't know anything about cars, I have to say.
Some of them, they park it in the living room.
My description of cars goes as far as the color, like the red car or the black car. So I'll just pause and refer to you guys.
That looks like a Corvette right there. That's a Beamer. I wonder if that's an electric Beamer.
The Guam Car Club, I just heard Crystal say.
There you go. Beautiful Dodge Challenger there. I always love that car.
Is Vin Diesel in there?
My grandma used to have a Volkswagen. Actually, my wife used to have a Volkswagen too.
There you go. Right behind the Bug is
Tesla.
A Tesla vehicle. Is this the only one on the island?
That's the only one I've seen. That sure looks like something that doesn't belong.
I wonder how cost effective those vehicles are here being with our power rates.
Guam is the perfect place for an electric vehicle, honestly, because our driving distances are generally short. Generally, you won't have people driving more than 20 miles a day. And even the entry-level EVs have 200-mile range. So. Beautiful day here on
Absolutely. I was a little worried because Saturday and Sunday was
so
a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
We were setting up and it was terrible. It was terrible. The whole stage was wet. I'm just so glad that the sun has been able, is peeping out, and like it looks like we're gonna have a regular, beautiful Liberation Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just so happy for the people because I honestly feel like they would still show up in all of the rain, but seeing the big smiles on their faces now with it, right now I got to knock on wood, right? Like we're gonna have this beautiful weather throughout the parade, but it's just very cool to see all the smiling faces, especially the children here enjoying this Liberation Day parade here with us on KGTF.
I think the kids like it more when it rains.
You think?
All right.
Well, when the fire trucks come and start spraying all the kids there, then we're all happy.
That too.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. We've got the Guam Car Club with their sign, Open the Raceway Park.
That's a great shot, that low level shot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you are bringing the parade into the homes of so many people across the world. I absolutely love it. You're actually getting a better view than some of us here on the parade ground.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really are. I am so impressed. yeah, you were mentioning that PBS Guam KGTF Channel 12 does this every year, and it's really thanks to a lot of local sponsors that see the importance of doing it, continuing to support this parade, this program, but then throughout the year, supporting the local programming that we put together.
You know, it's funny you say that. It really is. I mean, we really couldn't do this without the support of our sponsors. And so, you know, again, we wanted just to thank them so much. Okay, just a minute. But before that, I just wanted to. Looks like we're going to be throwing the break in a minute. Yeah.
So, once again, thank you so much for joining us for the 81st Guam Liberation Day Parade. We'll be right back with so much more right here at the parade grounds.
We'll see you soon.
Together we rise to honor the strength of our people. Whanogi tomorrow. Happy Liberation Day from your Bank of Guam Familia.
Happy 81st Liberation Day, Guam, from the Guam Power Authority and the Consolidated Commission on Utilities.
Whanogi tomorrow and Viva Guam!
Buenos and half a day.
Half a day, Guam.
From radio station 95.5 K Stereo.
Viene radio station Kish 102.9.
Celebra 81 años na Unidi.
Viva!
From all of us at Cinnabon, Chili's, Subway, Coca-Cola, and Foremost, happy 81st Liberation Day. Viva Guam!
So maybe after this parade, you can go over to the showroom and look around.
With you this year? Oh my goodness, so you never actually left the parade the whole time during our break, so it's not even, yeah, absolutely. So we're back on, we're doing our thing and enjoying watching the parade with all of our viewers as well on PBS Guam. And so right now we're seeing Atkins Kroll. And so they're showcasing all of their amazing vehicles that you can go ahead and purchase over at their showroom, right, off of Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. And so you're looking at our friends from Atkins Kroll on the parade route. And a whole bunch of people walking across the crosswalk, too. That's like a famous crosswalk at this point. Ever since Chamorro Village? Yeah, that is a famous crosswalk. So again, I just really want to emphasize how important our local sponsors, our corporate sponsors have always come through for PBS Guam. When it comes to the parade, they see the importance of broadcasting the parade for all of us here in Guam, but then all over the world, bringing this to our friends and family that miss Guam.
Yeah.
They look forward to this.
Yeah.
And so there's so much great stories being told, our stories from PBS Guam, and I'm just grateful to your sponsors and to viewers like you.
Yes.
That provide programs like the Guam Parade.
Yeah, and we're so happy to do it. You know, like it really is about providing educational content, enriching our community, and bringing all this local programming to our people, no matter where you are. We have such a large diaspora in the mainland. I'll just pause a sec.
We'll let Morrico do their thing, right?
Yeah.
Morrico, also a company from Atkins Kroll.
What a nice shot.
Yeah. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
When you stop and reflect, that's what it's all about. The kids, right? The children,
Really
the next
is.
generation.
Yeah.
And then, of course, when it comes to the liberation, it is about our greatest generation.
Yes.
Our war survivors.
Well, we do have such a large diaspora, you know, because of our military enlistment numbers. But yeah, we love to bring this parade to you every single year. And as you know, PBS has been having some trouble. We would hope to do it again next year, but nationally we've been having some issues. Did you want to talk a little bit about it?
So we just want to mention while you're watching this lovely parade going on behind us that PBS does this for Guam. PBS Guam does this for Guam, but we also do this to share Guam's story with the rest of the world, and it's very important for us. It's part of our mission. But this week, last week, we had a fairly large wrench thrown into our organization. On July 17, the U.S. Senate voted to fully defund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, cutting $1.1 billion in support that helps keep local stations like PBS Guam on the air. This funding loss eliminates federal support for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. This will significantly diminish our ability to serve the people of Guam. Make no doubt about it. PBS Guam provides culturally relevant programming like this annual Liberation Day Parade broadcast, which is seen by our supporters and Guamanians all over the world. Emergency alerts in times of global warming and emergencies are crucial to our community. Educational programming and free educational resources, services that are more critical now than ever. Without federal funding, many public media stations like ours face existential threats, particularly those serving rural and underserved communities like ours.
This basically means that we just really have to prepare for this very real possibility. We have to look to our community now to find support to help sustain our station and our operations and to continue serving our island. So I want to take this opportunity to ask you, please consider supporting PBS Guam during these times, our times of need, with a little bit of a monetary support or donation to help bridge this unprecedented gap. You can donate directly to PBS Guam. You can go onto our website, pbsguam.org/support, and click on the donate button. It's super easy. Or if you just go to the website, it's a button on the top, says donate. You can also, if you can't do that, you can also urge your public and elected officials to restore public broadcasting nationally or supplement funding locally, which we need to try to do. And of course, by spreading the word with the community and keep the support your support, keep your support and our stories alive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, make no mistake. These are uncharted times for public broadcasting, and we will need your help to stay on the air, to serve you, to show the community to the community, to do all the things that we do, like the parade, like
PBS University. We have a series called SINA. We do so much educational stuff. We've been on the air since 1971, and we'd like to be on the air again next year. So please, if you have it in your hearts, please help us, support us by making a donation to PBS. It's so simple. You can stop by the station, make a donation, or just go to our website and click donate now. Thank you.
When I was watching Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, every now and then at the very end it would say, "This program is brought to you by viewers like you." And so it's a very powerful message that shows how a community can support their public broadcasting service, right? And so also, if you're on the parade route, if you know somebody that is, PBS Guam and Crowns Guam has partnered together, and proceeds for these shirts, which is so good. This quality is amazing.
Yeah.
I don't even want to put it on right now because I'm going to sweat in it. But it is a limited edition PBS Guam Crowns partnership, and it's right next door to where we are broadcasting.
Yep. And
proceeds go towards PBS Guam and the wonderful programs that they bring, like Donovan Brooks, the chairman of PBS Guam, was mentioning, that they're telling our stories forever. Right?
Documenting our history, telling our stories, enriching our people. You know, it's what we're about.
And entertaining, like those two up we're watching.
Yes.
Entertaining as
back
well.
To the parade.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go, McDonald's.
Is that a chicken nugget?
Probably.
no,
that's where
a chicken.
That's
It's a
where
chicken.
that's where chicken McNuggets come from. There you go. Heck yeah. Big smiles. That's what it's all about. Big smiles today.
So I just want to reiterate that PBS Guam is here to tell your stories, and we're going to need your help to tell those stories. We're so happy to be here. We're sitting parade side, watching all this activity going on.
This is our 7th parade together. It's come a long way, hasn't it?
Well, the station, for our viewers, I would like the viewers to know that our station has come a long way since Ina Carrillo took over as general manager.
Absolutely.
That 7 years has passed in a blink of an eye, it seems to me. But the changes that Ina has brought to the station in terms of technology and morale are unmatched.
And talent.
Yeah.
Absolutely unmatched. And we really want to stay with you. And in order to do that, we're going to need, more importantly, we're going to need more community support. So we're going to be out there in the community asking for your support. And I hope when we come by, or if you see us online or on television, you'll be receptive to our message. We want to be here for you for another 50 years. And when we think about the history of Guam and how it was captured by people who are not from here, hundreds of years ago, so much of the history of Guam was written by the people who came to Guam after the Chamorros were here. We don't ever want that to happen again. We want to be.
We want to tell our own
Guam
stories.
to tell Guam's story,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
that's our mission.
Absolutely.
Yep.
4,000 years ago.
Yeah. Right?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
If only they had iPads back then.
Yeah. Or AI cameras.
Or AI cameras.
Actually, just a couple years ago, Polly was our anchor for a news broadcast that we launched. You know, it was the first of its kind. You basically built it from scratch. I remember early days meeting, trying to figure out like how are we gonna make stop sets and all this. Anyway, packages, and you did such a great job. It was really, it's such a skeleton crew to launch a news, and we did it for a good year and a half, couple years.
Being able to do that through the pandemic is just, it means a lot, right? Because it was difficult at that time.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so, again, what PBS Guam offers to the community is so very important, especially the PBS University, especially when you are sharing the fundamentals of growth, children at home. Yeah, absolutely. And so when I look at your side screen there, I'm already seeing so many community partners that have stepped up to support the parade. And so we like to see that. We like to see it. And we continue to advocate for that kind of support. Is this an official? Is this somebody that has officially joined the parade, or?
I saw him going the other way earlier. I think they're just enjoying the parade.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really love this new format where the parade stays on the screen. And in the past, we've had people comment that, well, the talking heads are talking too much, and we want to see the parade. Well, here's the parade,
There's
folks.
the parade.
Mr. and Mrs. Guam and all ships at sea. Hoffa
I know our viewers got to see Miss Antonia, right? The this year's Liberation Queen, but I believe the Royal Court's float, the Queen's float, will be at the tail end of the parade, so we'll get to see her again and the entire Royal Court. Ooh, look at that shot!
Is that another flyover?
Another flyover.
Wow.
There's the first gentleman crossing the street.
The first dude. Oh, here's Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola is a big sponsor of ours as well. Foremost, Coca-Cola, and all their family of businesses.
Our last judge today is Rafina Mendiola, longtime Chamorro teacher in our public schools, 27 years. The former administrator for GBOE.
Coca-Cola and Foremost Foods, Cinnabon Guam, Chili's Bar, Subway of Guam, Grill and Bar, and the Subway of Guam. Of course, they're celebrating 75 years here on Guam, so congratulations again.
The signing of the Organic Act was August 1st, 75 years ago, too. So the commemoration doesn't even end today, because there's a lot that's going to be happening leading up to August 1st.
Oh, here comes the handouts for the kids. Careful, kids.
Ice cream.
I always love this. I remember being a little girl, like running up and getting some kind of something.
The civilian population. And I hope they're passing out ice cream next time in the morning, because I'm down for that.
What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day we have here for us.
Such a blessing. I'm so happy. There's no rain, no clouds in sight.
The streets are jam-packed,
yeah.
wall to wall.
Smells like barbecue here, too.
Barbecue everywhere you go.
Heck yeah. I'm actually surprised they still have ice cream. Usually around right when they get to this area,
they're out.
They gave them all away. There you go.
Oh, I think I see Rick from the BDN there in the crowd.
Of course Rick's in the crowd. He's getting all of these shots.
He gets all the great shots.
Dave Castro, I saw him around.
I saw Dave walking
yeah,
around. Yeah.
Manny Crisostomo.
Manny's in
I
town.
saw him, yeah.
Manny's in
He's
town.
in town,
There's a great photo exhibit at the museum that Manny has helped curate, which was the pictures were shot by a
Mr. Buckman,
a World War II military photographer,
right?
Who was not just a military photographer; he was a photographer.
Yes.
And he went out into the community and captured some very striking images. And if you have time, you should go to the museum and take a look at them. You might find yourself in some of the pictures.
I definitely need to make some time to do that.
It'll be open until August 17, so we've got some time.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're right. It is a beautiful exhibit.
Melvin and his team over there at
I
the
think
museum.
Rick wants ice cream. I think he's asking. No, he's not.
Melvin and his team, they always do such a great job at the museum with their new exhibits and curating exhibits, throughout the year.
Okay, they're bringing some of that ice cream over to the grandstand.
That's hard work, giving promo items away during the parade. It definitely is hard work.
And again, the Grand Marshals for the 81st Guam Liberation Day Parade is Colonel Joaquin Danny Santos, U.S. Marine Corps retired, Mrs. Teresita Sablan Uggan Guerrero, also from the United States Navy retired, Mr. Vicente Salas Angoko, Mrs. Maria Conception Gale, and Mrs. Julia Manley Villagomez. So we've got 5 Grand Marshals this year, and that they made their way into the parade at the very beginning. And so I believe our viewers got to see that before we even got to speak. But they are watching with us at the grandstand.
There's also a lot of activity going on behind us in Chamorro Village, all kind of food and game entertainment activity, filling up the FestPack huts. If you're not down in Hagåtña now, you might want to think about coming down and spending the rest of the afternoon. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. And even if it rains a little, all well.
Right? Yeah. All well, yeah.
So they made some changes to the Queen's, the election of the Queen this year, the Liberation Queen. One of the big changes was she could be married.
Yes. The queen is married.
She is married.
Miss Antonia is married from the
Okay.
beautiful village of Piti. Yes.
And there was a pageant.
Yes.
The mayor's council did a liberation pageant.
Right. Evening gown. I believe this is the Miss Curvy pageant that was just around the corner too. Like we had a whole number of pageants that were happening like back to back to back. Yeah.
And this is Miss Bonnie Jean Duenas on her float.
National Miss Curvy Guam and the Marianas. Well, we got curvy guys and girls on this island. That's all I can say. Biba.
Miss Charlene Yoshida Ragudin.
Ragudin.
Miss Guam Extra.
Look at that train.
Right?
Did that come from your store?
No.
Almost all of the beautiful ones come from your store. So I'm pretty sure. I would not be surprised if it did.
We support all the pageants. We love our pageant girls.
Casey Monique Mendiola.
Miss Curve 2025.
Miss Guam Curve?
Miss Guam Curve.
Is that different from Curvy Guam?
All right, look at that crown.
Look at those pictures. This picture quality is amazing. I'm just blown away. Guys in the trailer, you guys are doing a great job. The switching, the continuity. You guys are awesome.
This is Miss Annie Rages.
Who's manning? Who's in charge of the trailer? Is John in there?
Sean Camacho is
Sean?
our director.
Okay.
Technical director.
Shout out to Sean. I also want to give a shout out to the Father Duenas Memorial School Naval Junior ROTC cadets that passed by us earlier. If you see me on the screen, you'll see that I have a Father Duenas hat on because I graduated from Father Duenas in 1975. And I was in the first Naval Junior ROTC cadet class at Father Duenas, and that was in 1973 or 74.
Wow. Here we go, Mr. Guahan, Roquin John Kichicho Sionko.
So that's Roquin John
Yes.
Kichicho Sionko. Roquin.
And Miss Guahan. Nice.
Look at all these good-looking people.
Shout outs to Pitbull Empire that puts together these amazing pageants.
Paulie, did you go to the Whaler show?
I did not. That was 2 days ago, right?
Yep, yep.
Did you?
I did not. I had to work.
Well, because you were performing yourself then.
I was?
Yeah. Yes.
You had to work?
I did.
You want to shout out to your little business down there in Mauricio?
No. I should have been a sponsor, then I could have had a...
We haven't even had our first float just
No,
yet,
I'm
right?
actually
Yeah.
so excited
Yeah.
to see the villages.
Right.
I believe Hoggett Mayor's office is the first
Will be
one coming
first,
up.
right?
Coming up in a little bit. Looks like we have about just under 2,500 people watching with us on YouTube.
All right, from all over the world too. I know, from Jigo to Malesu, but also from California to New York, from Japan and
Germany.
Europe. Yeah, absolutely.
Someone's watching.
Germany?
Yeah,
No
from
way.
Germany. Someone's watching from Italy.
Chief Harao, yes. Magalahan Harao. Godhouse from Inalahan.
Established in 2005, celebrating 20 years of existence this year.
Wow, 20 years. Chief Haral's been around
Yes.
for 20 years.
Yes. And now they have their own charter school,
Look at all these little kids. All of these kids speak Chamorro.
perpetuating the language and the culture.
Yes.
Facet of our organization's curriculum and culture. Their program offerings include the Nanny Academy, that's our preschool, charter K-6, Central Management, that's after-school programs, Network Subject, that's summer camp, and Escuela Mañana. Why matters? The cultural speakers. Okay. Chief Harao Academy. But why does Harao matter? With fluent Chamorro speakers averaging over 50 years old and life expectancy about from 65 to 70, there is a strong urgency to bring the language gap
So, Chief Harao, Guam's first Chamorro immersion school, operated by the nonprofit Chief Harao Incorporated, was established in 2005. They uphold the 9 core Chamorro values such as Guaiza, which is love, Arespeta, respect, and humility, infused into offerings including the Neni Academy, charter from K through 6th grade. And so why does this matter? With fluent Chamorro speakers averaging over 50 years old and life expectancy to 65 to 70, there's an urgency to bridge the language gap before it is too late. Their immersion model with strong family engagement has yielded noticeable gains in student confidence, behavior, respect, and cultural pride as observed by educators and parents. Biba Harao Academy.
Right now, we're looking at the Korean Association of Guam.
It's the Korean Association of Guam.
The Guam Korean community. They've been around for 52 years.
Celebrating with us our 81st Liberation of Guam. The Korean
Only 52?
Yeah, 52 years.
52 years. It's 52 years on Guam.
Look at those vibrant dress wear we're about to see. Wow.
So maybe that's the association that's been here 52 years, because I bet you there was a couple of Koreans here for before then.
Oh, yeah.
One of the great things about Guam, we're such a melting pot. So many ethnicities, so many cultures.
And everyone is accepted and welcome.
Yeah, that's the great thing about it.
These are called hanbok, right? They're dressed in a traditional Korean attire.
Okay, eyes to the sky. We have two F-22 Raptors.
Another? Is it another?
flyover.
Another flyover.
If you're looking at your screen, there's a, if you see to the left, there's a tall building that's kind of orange and white.
I
that,
see it, yeah.
That was built recently, I believe by Al Israel. But to the right of that, there's a tree, and then to the right of that, there's the building right on the corner across from, right across from the marina, the boat basin. And that building has been there probably since the 60s, if I'm not mistaken. And it's still there. Okay.
The Korean traditional Somonori team and community people are joining the march to support the liberation, our liberation. I believe they're inviting, who are they inviting over to dance with them or to, oh, they presented gifts to our governor and lieutenant governor from the Korean Association of Guam. Miss Lee, Ina Lee, is there too. We love Miss Ina Lee. Oh my goodness, she is amazing.
Oh, there's a nice cool breeze blowing through. Bring the smells of barbecue and salt air.
So we might have them. If not, they're right behind the Korean Association of Guam. But the 2025 CNMI Liberation Queen, we had the Peony Marie Mendiola, who is the CNMI's 2025 Liberation Queen, accompanied by Bridget Maritita de Leon Guerrero, the Royal Court Chairwoman, and Liberation Day Committee Chairwoman Frances Santos. And so we might have saw them right before the Korean Association of Guam.
The Korean Association of Guam making their way past the grandstand. They've been in Guam for 52 years.
And we are going to be making our way. You're going to be hearing once in just a bit. She's sitting down with us at this time. Imaga Hagen Guahan Lourdes A. Leon Guerrero is going to be hanging out with us today with their chairman. So can put these on, Governor, so we can hear you and you can hear us. There you go. All right. And so with us on the PBS Guam KGTF Channel 12 Liberation Day Parade booth is our governor, Imaga Hagen Guahan Lu Leon Guerrero. Thank you so much for joining us, Governor.
Thank you very much, Paulie. It's good to be here. You know, we're celebrating our 81 years of liberation, and I'm just very thankful the weather's holding up.
Yeah, it is.
It's not as hot, very cool, overcast, which is, I think, can't be any better.
Oh, can't be any better. It's a beautiful day for a
right,
parade.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But every year we feel that way, right?
Yes, and you know, the Lieutenant Governor and I walked the parade route. We started in Adelup and came all the way to the grandstand. And as we were walking, I just felt a lot of happiness.
Energy.
And energy.
Yeah.
A lot of very celebratory comments. Biba Guam, Biba Chamorro, Fanogi Chamorro, that's our theme. And it's just our people are still, I think, very much, you know, excited about what Liberation Day means to us.
I drove down the Marine Corps Drive last night about 10 o'clock. And there was just a lot of activity. People still out, you know, having a good time. The barbecues were going on.
Yeah, it's really a reflection of our gratefulness to our military partners who also, you know, left and sacrificed their families and their homes and put themselves in harm's ways to give liberty and freedom back to our people.
Absolutely.
There's Queen Sophia of San Diego.
Yeah.
All the way from San Diego.
Yes. She's such a great person, too. And she's very proud of her reign.
Right. I was with you yesterday at the Queen's Banquet.
Yes.
She was there, Queen Antonia, our Liberation Queen, from the beautiful village of Piti. And what you said throughout what you've seen through the memorials and then what you shared with the people that were at the Queen's Banquet was just so very inspiring, and I appreciate your sentiments too.
all through the memorial sites, of course, that we went to honor and respect our people that have, died during the war. It's all just very solemn, but also for me, very reflective about who we are as a people and how we were courageous. We thrived, we survived, we picked ourselves up, and we continued on with, making our island a better place to live. And I'm also just very thankful that we still have quite a few number of war survivors. And these are the women and men that, lived during the war. And their experiences were also very sad when they talked about the atrocities that they had to face. And especially with the massacres that occurred in Tinta, Faja, of course, in Fina Cave, Chiguyan, Jigo, and just everywhere throughout the whole island. The memories, we need to always remember and reflect on the memories because really people died for our freedom. And we are very blessed here on our island that we continue to have and live that freedom and democracy and peace and prosperity for our island and our people, and even throughout the whole region here in the Pacific, Indo-PACOM area. Yeah.
Well, speaking of military, I just want to give a shout out to my grandson who just joined the Navy, and he's now in basic training in Chicago. So he's about to embark on a journey that so many young men and women have taken, and I couldn't be prouder of Isaiah Brooks Andrade, who is out in Chicago.
Yes. We are the most high number of per capita for recruitment and enlistment into the armed services, and we are a very patriotic community, and you can see why, right?
Look at them. They're patriotic too, right? I'm waving right back at them.
The Boy Scouts,
right behind us.
It's just, I think, so, for me, so amazing. I think that, we still have some really great relationships with the military, and that they're also here to help us prepare for the defense of our region here, given all the global tensions that's happening.
Well, goodness, we've had like 3 or 4 flyovers already.
Yeah, they're in a major drill now.
Yeah, not to mention all the planes that have been up in the sky. I mean, I even saw some down in Mauricio yesterday.
Yeah, so we remain to be that, and I think this the crowd that's come out here just reinforces that again. The importance of protection and defense for our island, and how we need to really work hard together as a unit, one Guam, to again continue on the livelihood and inilatlata, right? Family life, that's what we're about. But most importantly, I think we see the generosity, the kindness, and the respect of our people. I was telling you the story yesterday about I was at the Malesso Memorial, and we were just finished with the Tinta Faja Memorial and Mass, and the Japanese Consul General presented his wreath, and the families in Malesso, the families of those loved ones that were killed during Faja and Tinta, as the Consul General presented his wreath and bowed to them, they were clapping for them, which showed me, the power of forgiveness, right? And even the Archbishop in his homily yesterday talked about forgiving, and you cannot have peace without forgiving. But I have to say, forgiving, but do not forget. We must always remember what we have gone through.
Absolutely.
Always remember the liberation. Always remember the liberty and the freedom that we live here in our island. I think we're very blessed with that.
Both of your parents went through the war.
They did. Actually, Dr. Ramon Sablan is my grandmother's brother.
Okay.
And he was the only civilian doctor during the war. And he was allowed to travel the villages to take care of the sick. And my dad had a carabao named Lancelot with the bull cart attached to it. And he used that to take my uncle to the various villages.
Wow.
Yeah, and my uncle was in communication with Tweet.
Okay.
And Tweet would tell the people of Guam to hang in there because help is on the way.
That is just giving me goosebumps.
And so as my uncle traveled the villages, he would tell the people, hang in there, have hope and faith that we will be rescued. And sure enough, you know,
they came through.
They came through.
I mean, looking at your shirt, Father Duenas Memorial School, I mean, Father Duenas.
My hat.
Yes.
How much, you know, he also supported protecting Tweed and
and
keeping
he
the
was
Chamorro
beheaded
people.
because he did not want to cooperate with the Japanese forces.
Right.
And they beat him up and
kept Tweed
beheaded
secret
him.
too.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to get a performance here.
It's from the...
Let me see here.
Well, I guess we are going to take a break, right?
I'm trying to catch up as well.
Well, I just want to say thank you,
Yes.
PBS. You know, we're trying hard to continue your funding from the federal level. And I know the congressman is working his way in Congress, and we're also talking to various federal counterparts, and hopefully that it wouldn't be affecting us.
We've already begun discussions, but the defunding of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is going to affect us to a great degree. So we are going to be talking with our oversight chair and you and your administration, and we're going to try to find a way to make this happen. We are determined to make it happen.
Yeah.
And it's just the way of it's just a mean to
Yeah.
find the means to do that.
Yes.
Well, I mean, look at the programming that PBS Guam offers every year, the parade. And so thanks to local community funding and support from your sponsorships, but we definitely want to continue to support in every which way the work that PBS Guam does for our community.
It's valuable work. It's a valuable way of communicating, of getting, you know, the latest current trends of news and information, and it's free to the people of Guam.
Right.
And what Paul and I discussed earlier is that thousands of years ago, the history of the Chamorros was chronicled by outsiders. And we as an organization never want to see that again. We want the chroniclers of our community to be from the community.
Yes, yeah. And so I know some of the senators and congresspeople are upset because it impacted them also, especially in their rural communities, where the rural communities' only means of communication is through PBS.
Right.
And that's the way they get the weather, that's the way they get alerts, and I just don't understand how it can ever be defunded. Yeah.
Well, I see the importance of PBS, and I see that the legislature sees the importance to continue to provide funding, but we need a whole lot more, because look at the amount of productivity that you provide, not just in the parade, but the SINA episodes. There are so many amazing documentaries, like what Chairman Brooks is saying, is we are telling our own stories now, and through the amazing product of PBS Guam. And so, I mean, I'm looking at it, and I'm seeing the same productivity that I see PBS Guam putting together in their documentaries that I'm seeing from other directors and producers all over the world. And so we've got some talented directors here and producers here putting some great programming together.
And the great thing is it's available to everyone across the globe.
Yes.
So our story is getting out there.
Yes.
And we're very happy and we're very proud to be a part of that. But we're asking the community, we are going to need you to step up $5, $10, whatever you can afford. We have a donate button on our website, pbsguam.org. You can find us there. You can find us up on Sesame Street in Manilao. You can just stop by our station. We're always lovely. We're always happy to receive visitors. Yeah, we're going to need your help, and you've heard it here first from the governor.
The importance of PBS.
Importance of PBS.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, just look at the equipment now. I mean, through advocating through Adaloop, this is the product we're getting now with the equipment that PBS has today. So thank you, Governor. Thank you to your administration.
Thank you for Ina. Ina has been with us for 7 years. She's the best thing that happened to PBS Guam in 50 years, I'm telling you. She's the best thing that's happened for us. And we're at a critical point now. And if we can continue to move forward, boy, Guam is going to be really proud of what we accomplished.
All right.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate
Well, thank
the time.
you for having
Yes.
me. And before I leave, I
Yes.
just want to say, on behalf of the people of Guam, we thank and honor our war survivors for really their sacrifices during the war and continuing our legacy down. And I encourage our children and our grandchildren to learn about the history of Guam and how why we celebrate the liberation. I also want to thank the military partners here and abroad for also their very steadfast determination, commitment to continue protecting our people.
Viva Guam.
Viva Guam.
We're gonna now get you the sights and sounds of the parade. We're not going anywhere, but we're gonna take a closer look to our parade site right here on PBS Guam KGTF Channel 12.
Together we rise to honor the strength of our people. Fanogi tomorrow. Happy Liberation Day from your Bank of Guam Familia.
Happy 81st Liberation Day, Guam, from the Guam Power Authority and the Consolidated Commission on Utilities.
Fanogi tomorrow and Viva Guam!
Wenison half a day.
Hafaday Guam.
From radio station 95.5 K Stereo.
And radio station Kish 102.9.
Celebra 81 anos na Linibe.
Viva!
From all of us at Cinnabon, Chili's, Subway, Coca-Cola, and foremost, happy 81st Liberation Day. Viva Guam!
For the honor of sharing their island home with us. And they want to say this special message off today. Ali from the Palau Community Association of Guam. We are proud to celebrate Guam's key first liberation. Our float supports this year's liberation theme, Panogi Chamorro, by depicting the strength and pride that is rooted in our shared traditional culture of seafaring, navigation, connecting the Micronesia, our Palau and Guam. We built a replica of the Flying Proa and the Gliding, which has sailed our waters for centuries, representing the strong seafaring history, honoring ancestors and cultural resilience. Again, Hafaday and Ali from the Palau Community Association of Guam.
All right, once again, I just want to thank all of you for tuning in to us on PBS Guam's YouTube channel and KGTF Channel 12. With us now, Segundo Magalahan Guahan, the Lieutenant Governor, Joshua Tenorio. Thank you so much for joining us here on our PBS parade booth.
Hafaday, Ali to all of the Palauan Guamanians that are being represented right now, and of course, some of our closest friends.
Ali, yes.
Yeah. What an awesome day, by the way, for all of you that are tuning in. This is a remarkably wonderful day.
Yeah.
This morning was heavy rain showers. I know the National Weather Service told us that monsoon weather is going to get out of us.
I thought I heard that.
And sure enough, what a blessing for everybody to be here today. There's still some time for you to drive down here to Hagatnya and participate with all of us. It's such an important thing to do.
Plenty of parking.
Plenty of parking throughout. How was the day so far?
It has been going great, to be honest with you. It's been a very smooth parade, too. Very functional, moving everybody through, right? And then just seeing everybody enjoying themselves around the Grand Marshal stage. And I wanted to ask you real quick before we get into some of the parade, to some of the village floats, right? Because that's what's coming up. But did you get an opportunity to speak with our Grand Marshals?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
You know, each one of the, now Mr. Angoko is not here. He's 91. He told us that he wasn't going to be present at the parade, but each of the 5 Grand Marshals really represents such a diversity and experience of that wartime generation. Mrs. Villagomez is the granddaughter of Mr. Manley. He was an American that raised a family here, and during the invasion, Mr. Manley was taken along with all the other Americans to prison camp in Japan, and she comes from that heritage. Mrs. Gale, you know, her brother was murdered in Chaguian. He was one of the men that was taken from Anyangan to carry weapons for the Japanese, never to come home. She was from Piri. Colonel Danny Santos, you know, from Asen, he really got inspired to join the Marine Corps because of the wartime experience, because of what happened here in Guam. Mrs. Guerrero shared with us her experience growing up and being a little girl in Manyangan and having to endure such a big thing. And of course, Mr. Angoko shared with us his experience. It wasn't all that violent for a period of time, and he even talked about how they befriended people, but he also talked about how he got inspired to join the military. So I feel like for all of us as sons and daughters of Guam and listening to our relatives, you know, this is really a cross-section of what happened. But, you know, the other thing is we also have other Chamorros that experience different things. Yesterday at the Queen's Ball, you heard me, Justice Carmelito's dad, was in Wake Island. He was part of the Chamorros that were living and working there for Pan Am, and they were there. They were the Wake Island defenders. They were taken to prison camp in China and then into Japan, and even we have Chamorro sailors that lost their lives in Pearl Harbor. One of them, when I visited Donovan in December last year, I had that feeling, you know, when you get a little fatnagweed. Right when I was pulling up, and the first name that I saw was a gentleman named Nicholas Vergerger, one of the Chamorro men that perished and is still interred in the USS Arizona. So
wow.
For all of us that are Chamorros and those that have come to make Guam home,
And
we
the
have
CNMI, our Liberation Day
yes,
Queen.
we do.
Kepione Marie Mendiola, the 2025 CNMI Liberation Queen, right?
That's right. We all have different experiences, and so grateful that we have managed to overcome and become in union again with the Northern Marianas after a complicated history as well, showing how really resilient, peaceful, and loving the Chamorro people are, really.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then we spoke with the governor, and she shared the memorials that you have been going to leading up to the Liberation Day Parade. But I would say when you reflect back, that's really what it's all about, is commemorating and honoring our war survivors, right? And the atrocities that they had to endure. And so we saw that.
It's very heavy. When we were in Moleso, you know, and I was talking to the group, I mean, you know, for that small village to experience that amount of loss in Tinta and Faja, but also for the remarkable heroism of those 7 heroes that liberated Mauricio, really, themselves before the Americans came. These are such big things that our people have managed to overcome. And when we were in Hagat the other day, and there are 12 lost men that have never been recovered, 12 men who were also made to carry munitions and supplies, never to return home. Along with, of course, the Fena massacre victims. Most of them were in their late teens, early 20s. The cream of the crop of Guam taken at such an early age. It reminds us really about how very, very... Well, we have another flyover.
Right.
Reminds us how very humbling it is for us to be alive. By the way, for those of you at home and those of you that might be living by, there is one of the largest military exercises going on in Guam with the U.S. and their allies. We have more than 300 aircraft from throughout our country and their allies. And for liberation, they are all flying over. These are some of the, this is unprecedented.
Also, I thought it was part of the parade.
Well, you know
Some
what?
of
They
it might
timed
be.
it. They timed No. This they're all here, but these flyovers are on purpose for liberation.
Got it. I also, after today, we're still commemorating because this year is the 75th anniversary of the signing of the Organic Act, right?
That's right.
And so there are a number of events that lead up to August. Well, the big one, August 1st, Friday, over at the Plaza de España is the Historic Revitalization Festival. But there's also going to be like a flag raising on that day at Adelup, right?
We're going to have a roll call of the government agencies in the order they were established. Of course, this is the 75th anniversary of the granting of United States citizenship to the people of Guam. This is a momentous occasion. It is a recognition of the civil rights struggle that our leaders, our forefathers, made to bring civilian government to Guam. And certainly, it is a reminder of our very unique, close friendship, relationship with the United States.
Right, and so there's going to be a number of events that lead up to August 1st, but the community, the Office of the Governor, even PBS Guam is doing some wonderful work documenting these events. There's going to be a naturalization ceremony also on Friday, August 1st, over at the Guam Congress Building, and that means that's pretty significant, right?
It is. So, you know, the Guam Congress Building, and there's I'd tell people, go on YouTube. There's an awesome documentary that features the late Speaker Carlos Taichano, who is a trailblazer himself, and he kind of describes the civil rights movement at that time and the national and international attention that he and the other members of the Guam Congress made back in 1949 when they initiated a walkout of the Guam Congress. Something that brought national and international news story, caught the attention of Washington, and facilitated the U.S. congressional action to pass the Organic Act of Guam in 1950.
I think we're going to watch the presentation
Yes,
from
that's
the
right.
Ackland Association of Guam right now. Yes.
Together we rise to honor the strength of our people. Fanogi tomorrow. Happy Liberation Day from your Bank of Guam, Familia.
guys have the entries. In case you're asking for a friend, there it is. Again, Fanogi Chamorro is our theme for this year's Liberation Day Parade. Our 81st year of Liberation. Our judges have finished making their assessment of the Hoghead float, and now they'll get to work on entry number 44, the Inalahan.
Once again, I just really want to thank our viewers of PBS Guam KGTF Channel 12 as well for tuning in with us for the 81st Guam Liberation Day Parade. With us now, the Commander of Joint Region Marianas, Admiral Midas. Thank you so much for being able to hang out with us a little bit.
You're very welcome. It's an awesome day, and I was excited when they said, hey, you guys wanted to chat, so here we are.
Absolutely. So we saw our first village float, the Hoghead Village float, and so now this is Inalahan. And so have you been down to Inalahan? Have you checked out the villages?
I've gotten around and seen a little bit of the villages just as part of the Liberation Day festivities.
Yeah.
But have been kind of busy in the beginning to do much more than the official functions.
Right, right. Can you just give a brief description of your role as Joint Region Marianas Commander?
So as Joint Region Marianas Commander, kind of the long tradition of the Navy having a senior leader here to be able to integrate all the things that are happening on Guam, to work with the governor and the government to make sure Guam is everything the nation needs it to be, and we do it in a way that's responsible and working with the people.
Right. All right. And so before you came on, you were telling our chairman of PBS, Donovan Brooks, that this is your second parade.
It is.
Okay. So your first one was in Saipan.
It was in Saipan. Yeah. It was shorter, just as energetic. It seems like it's the exact same weather that we enjoyed in Saipan, so that was a great day and a great way to kind of get my feet wet with all the Liberation Day festivities that are here in the islands.
Yeah. What are your thoughts so far of our parade today?
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. I was telling Donovan that there's not as many parades in CONUS back home as there used to be. One of the reasons my wife and I love the small town that we live in Washington State is because they have parades like this. And it's just nice to see the people get out, everything from big to small, but to watch the energy and the enthusiasm is something that stays with you.
So, enthusiasm is in no short supply here. I drove down last night at 10 o'clock.
Did you really?
Just to see what was going on. There was a lot going on.
And it was interesting because I have a pretty short commute to the office, but this morning was the first time that I was ever encumbered by traffic all the people driving by.
So the Inalahan float, if you see, that's our Chief Godao.
Yep.
If you've gone down there, you've seen him either rowing the canoe, and then they have the new one where he's holding up that giant grouper or Godao, right?
Yeah.
And so for our viewers, the two white plumerias that are on the float as well is the official village flower. Then the laddie stone that depicts the strong foundation of the Chamorro people and the colorful rocks that adorn the beautiful village. This entry serves as a call to action for the Chamorro community and beyond, inspiring unity and a collective commitment to cultural empowerment. Through this celebration, we honor our ancestors and empower the future generations to embrace their Chamorro identity with strength and pride. That's the Inalahan floats.
It's amazing to watch just the amount of care that goes into these, and to watch them depict their local village in a way that's just neat. Each one's a little bit different, but it's fun to watch the similarities in them too.
Oh, absolutely. And a lot of times they're working like 3 or 4 months ahead of time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
To
put this together.
It was interesting. The mayor of Tinian, the float that won the Tinian parade this year was pretty robust. It was when they had a cow in the back that they were roasting and providing meat off of.
Yeah.
That was a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Ganya Heights Mayor right there on our shot. I believe Ganya Heights must. Yep, it's right behind us.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the Guam Girl Scouts that is right behind us.
Admiral, are you here with your family?
I am not. So I have 2 children that are older and out of the house, and then my wife started a small business in Washington where we live a couple of years ago when I didn't think I was going to stay in the Navy. So now that I'm here, she reminds me that the goal and the promise when we got married was to stay in for 20 years and be a high school football coach. and now I'm a lot longer than that. So she's running her business. She's going to come out in December when we have our annual Christmas party.
Okay.
And that'll give her a chance to kind of get on the island for a little while and get a chance to meet folks. She's really excited about it.
Well, I want to just invite you because one of the nicest things I think Guam offers is a leisurely drive through the southern villages.
Yes.
So if you start down in Agate, Hagat, you can tell I've been here a long time because we used to call it Agate. Now we call it Hagat. But once you pass through Hagat and you start climbing up into the mountains, it just feels different.
Yeah.
The scenery changes, the feel changes. It's like you might think you're not on Guam anymore. You're on a tropical island somewhere because that's the feel that you don't necessarily get, in Tamuning or down in Tuman even. It's very dense, but down south it's just wide. It opens up. It's beautiful, and I would invite you to take that drive by yourself or with some friends or with your family when they get here, and I drive there about every day.
Oh, really?
I have a small business down in
Gotcha.
in Moleso, and the drive just gets me all revved up by the time I get there. I'm looking forward to being there.
It's one I will look forward to do that. I've had the opportunity to do a helicopter tour, and that was the first thing I noticed was it was a one to look at all the sites and installations, but it was awesome to look down in the valleys and see all that there. And when I lived on Oahu years ago, I used to live on the North Shore, so it is all like that, where I drive over the crest of Oahu and kind of start to feel the peace come in.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't forget the village of Agana. This is officially the Agana Heights Village Float, adorned by the Putitana Biu, the official flower of Guam. This float stands not only as a visual celebration, but also a call to action to rise up, honor, and protect our identity. It reminds the community and future generations that we are each part of a long and proud legacy, one which we must carry with fervor in our spirits and gratitude in our hearts. Mayor Arroyo, which we saw in our shot earlier, would also like to acknowledge their Agana Heights Senior Citizens Program and the Agana Heights Girl Scouts Troop 406. And that's why we see the Girl Scouts flag there for Troop 406 and Emilia Chance Gutierrez Arroyo reciting the Inafresi. Viva Agana Heights.
Hey, very good.
That was well timed with what was behind it. That was amazing.
I think
Holy
we might have the same script. I don't know.
Yeah, you're in the zone.
But so what else have you enjoyed here? The barbecue, the food, the people?
All the above.
Yeah.
It's been fun. Early on, got a chance to meet the governor, got a chance to spend time at all the events that we have around here. So you start to see people and you get past that initial, introduction phase to actually looking forward to seeing folks and working my way around all the different events. And so, I've enjoyed eating the local food. I've enjoyed a couple of local breweries. And so it's nice to just kind of be able to get out and relax a little bit and enjoy all that Guam is.
And then so Joint Region Marianas, because there's a lot of work here in this region, right? You're supporting the men and women in uniform, right?
Yes.
And all military uniforms, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so everybody talks about the Guam buildup, and we want to make sure we understand that really, really well, and make sure that Guam has the infrastructure and the support that we need so that when more folks come to the island with more capabilities, that Guam remains as it is, which is a great place to be.
Biba. Dededo Youth Futsal is on right now. They're giving some history, too. So from what I'm seeing, Carlton Skinner, it's all the governors.
Flores,
These are all of our former governors.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Biba. All right.
So what do you do when you're not in your uniform?
When I'm not in my uniform, I get ready to go to work in my uniform. But no, I enjoy working out. One of the things I haven't gotten a chance to do yet, just because the weather, is I enjoy mountain biking. I know there's a mountain biking club here that I look forward to being a part of and being a part in some of those events. So I just try to on the weekends kind of catch up from the work and kind of make sure that I have the next week planned. But I do enjoy getting out and doing physical activities. I've swum a couple of times out here as well. And I've learned that I need to swim when it's high tide, not low tide, because a guy my size I'll run aground on the reef. So I've enjoyed doing that as well.
Well, Commander Midas, thank you so much for joining us here at the parade.
It's
in
great
our
to meet you guys.
PBS parade booth. So we're going to get right into the sights and sounds of what is happening in our parade. Thank you so much for joining us for the 2025 Liberation Day Parade. Thanks to PBS Guam, KGTF Channel 12 for bringing it to the world.
Generations. The legendary Serena reminds us how rich stories and traditions continue to shape our identity. And walk with pride are our kids, representing the present and the future of our people. The life of traditional canoe reflects the journey across generations and strength to carry on. Our band fills the air with music that celebrates our culture, and our dances express the joy, resilience, and spirit, and symbol of who we are and where we come from. Again, walk alongside the members of our village staff and volunteers, with Mayor Peter Benevetsky and Vice Mayor Anna Guerrero. Representative Paul, Viva Guam! Viva Liberation!
Together we rise to honor the strength of our people. Fanogi tomorrow. Happy Liberation Day from your Bank of Guam, Familia.
Happy 81st Liberation Day, Guam, from the Guam Power Authority and the Consolidated Commission on Utilities.
Fanogi tomorrow and Viva Guam!
military branches. Today, a handful of servicemen that must stand before you on this very float. For the prize. So some features on their float. The West Float craft are primarily from natural resources. Lodenpod, leaves, bamboo, woodland. Monkeypod, bamboo, are native of various plants, various native plants. For the grand icon of their float, they're featured are Ireland's featured saints, Sons of Mary Collin, Our Lady of Cameron. Who stopped floating in the waters of Mallesso with two crafts, which more people have prayed to her for hundreds of years for protection and guidance. She's a physical image of the faith, hope, and courage of our people. Viva Mallesso!
Governor, it was made in Mallesso.
Fanogi Chamorro! Viva Guahan! Viva Mallesso! Governor Elton, thank you. Everybody, thank you. Sir Miners.
And shout outs to Mayor Franklin Champoko from Mallesso. Viva Mallesso! Viva Mallesso! Fanogi Chamorro!
All right, thank you so much for tuning in to PBS Guam and KGTF Channel 12. We are live at the 2025 Liberation Day Parade, and with us now is the Speaker of the 38th Guam Legislature, Senator Frank Blas, and
Theodore.
Theodore!
Woof.
Yeah, how's Theodore enjoying the parade?
Oh, he's loving it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all the sights and the sounds, and so he's enjoying it right now.
Staying hydrated?
Staying hydrated.
Yes.
He's got his own water. So I got his own water bottle.
It's going to be tough to judge these village floats. My goodness.
Absolutely.
The one that we're looking at right now is Mallesso.
I tell you, from my understanding, that's supposed to be like a 50-foot float. And I was joking with Mayor Champako. I said, "Do you realize you have to go through the village of Umalik and through the hills to get that down to Agana?"
Right.
And as of I think it was Friday morning, he was still in panic mode because they were getting things done, and then logistically, it's getting it down here.
Look at the ladder, even.
Yeah, everything.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Yes.
They were still looking for flowers for this float yesterday afternoon.
Yep. That's a huge float. It's a huge
Crafted
float.
primarily from natural resources, woven palm, goggle wood, and lumut.
Yep.
The moss, the monkey pod, bamboo, bazogu vines. Is that how I say it?
Is what?
Bazogu vines.
It
And
looks
various
like.
native plants.
It looks like.
And they honor the deep connection between our land and our identity. It stands as a symbol of our village's strength, rooted in unity, culture, and tradition. The Mallesso float.
Yep.
Well, we got to give a shout out to Roy Alferez because those flowers right in the middle.
Yeah.
Pretty sure those came from Roy. I saw him collecting them yesterday, down in Mallesso.
And like I said, on Saturday, as a matter of fact, too, they were hard at work putting this float together.
Look at the beautiful woodwork.
Yes.
These guys are
You can almost take that whole
right.
You take that and make a park out of it.
Yeah.
Permanent. Okay.
It would match the Triangle Park up in Agana Heights. It would compete against that one. And the land crab right in the front of the float, too. Land crabs are significant for Mallesso, right? Because of the crab festival and
the
whatnot.
crab festival.
Yeah, it's one of the iconic festivals of Guam, Guputsamoros, that we have, right? Where people catch the land crabs, down at their festival. Viva Mallesso is right.
Well, there's a new business in Molesto. It's called Duk Duk Shave Ice.
Yeah, Biba.
You know.
What are the hours of operation?
12 to 4.
12 to 4
Except
Monday.
except Monday.
So Tuesday to Sunday.
Yep.
Got it.
After
Go
that,
check
the ice
that
melts. After that, the ice melts. Yeah.
So, Speaker, like you were mentioning, you've been loving the parade so far. Theodore's been loving the parade so far. And so kind of this isn't, after today, we don't wait till next year. We're actually, in just a few days, we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the signing of the Organic Act. And so we have a number of events leading up to August 1st. I know you've been chairing all of that too, right? You've been kind of working with the whole team to get that together.
I've got to give kudos to the team, not just with the legislature, but with the governor's offices and the judiciary. They meet almost daily to be able to cross the T's and dot the I's with the events that are going to happen, not just on the 1st of August, but there are a number of other events that are occurring now leading up to the August 1st event, which is going to begin first with it's actually going to be 2 flag-raising ceremonies. One to start the day down at the governor's office in Adelup, and then right around 12:30 is the raising of the flags on or around the area where our Insular Guard took the last stand to be able to defend our island from the Japanese invaders. So, and then it was the start of the discussions leading to the Organic Act.
Right.
So there's a lot of discussion and there's a lot of things going to be happening up and around into that area, into that time frame. You know, so
it's amazing that it's only been 75 years.
You know, and I tell you, you know, within the 75 years, the number of if you took the time to read the history and to read all the events that have occurred within the 75 years and prior to that, quite honestly, because remember, we're celebrating something that happened on August 1st, 1950. But in 1949, there was a walkout in the legislature that sparked, and then that became basically the start of. Actually, there were other things, but it was known as the start of the effort to be able to come up with the Organic Act. So there's a lot of interesting history. I just learned some more history on Saturday as to what were some of the things that had occurred. And there's a lot more, you know, that behind the scenes, for lack of a better term, conversations and actions that took place prior to August 1st, 1950. And I was very grateful for a lot of that. So this gives us an opportunity to reflect on what had happened there, but then also to reinvest, for lack of a better term, in our future of, you know, what the sentiments were then, where are we at today, and what more can we do to be able to move Guam to what our forefathers, what the framers of our Organic Act, you know, wanted to have. Granted, wow, it's hard to compete.
All right, we're gonna take a short break.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break right now. We gotta make sure Theodore stays safe and everything. Thank you so much, Speaker. All right, appreciate the opportunity to hang out with you here on the 81st Guam Liberation Day Parade. We will be right back.
All right.
1971, riding in this parade.
Oh, wow.
All right. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us, PBS Guam, KGTF Channel 12, for the 2025 Liberation Day Parade. With us now is Admiral Commander of the Joint Task Force Micronesia, Admiral Lasky. Thank you so much for joining us. We were just speaking to your counterpart, Admiral Midas, and for our listening audience, we have the Barrigada float, but I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share with our audience who Joint Task Force Micronesia is, your role as Admiral in that capacity.
Yeah, well, listen, thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Joint Task Force Micronesia is responsible for a broad area, and a good way to think about it, it's really the operational integrator for things going on here in Guam, the CNMI, the Freely Associated States, and out to Wake Island.
Viva. And so here we are, Barrigada float. It's going to be hard to, I was telling the speaker, it's going to be hard to judge these floats. Are you one of the judges? Sometimes they make the admirals judges.
I'm not one of the judges,
Okay.
and I'm glad I'm not. It's going to be a hard decision.
Yeah, absolutely. See, we've got which I thought was bubbles, but it looks like soap suds coming out the back for all the kids to enjoy, right?
Yeah.
They just got to be careful they don't slip, but for the most part, I am so impressed with these floats. The Barrigada, these guys won last year.
Oh, is that
so,
right?
I mean, look at their chief, their Magalahi is spinning around, so
it's something.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be tough to beat this year, but I have been impressed with Malesu, who we just saw, Dedido, Aganya Heights. So this year they have definitely stepped it up. My goodness. What are your thoughts, Chairman?
Holy cow.
You're glad you're not a judge either.
That's my thought. Look at this. This is amazing.
So Irenshin Tau Tau Tano Cultural Dance Group is led by Sina Eileen Meno, performing a prayer of blessing for our people. Beside the hut is Chief Kapua of Haganya, right? Standing united with our Chamorro people, we rise with him, raising our flags, Fanogi Chamorro. And the Lati symbolizes the strength and endurance as a community, our partnership with our military and the 36th Logistics Squadron, demonstrating valor and unwavering dedication. Thank you for your service. At the base of the Lati is the Tizin Cave, where the people hid during World War II. This is known today as Kalagwak Memorial. And representing Barrigada, our greatest generation war survivor and retired military Colonel Joseph Mofnis, we honor you. At the top of the Lati represents the beautiful village of Barrigada is our mayor, June Bloss, and vice mayor, Jesse Bautista, and the mayor of Saipan, R.B. Camacho, and his wife, Del Camacho. The launching of red, white, and blue, and the blessings we received since the end of World War II. Fanogi Chamorro, Biba Barrigada, Biba Liberation. And so we're getting the soap suds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what does it mean to serve? I wanted to ask you, and I apologize, I didn't ask Admiral Midas, but I wanted to ask you and give you the opportunity. What does it mean to serve our country?
Yeah, well, listen, first of all, it's a real honor. And I think you get a kind of an impression of that here on this particular day.
Right.
And really, when you first come to Guam, you know, when you live in the continental United States, I think sometimes it can be easy to get a little separated from the price of freedom. And it is such a pleasure to be part of a community here where that is still very much in people's family history. They talk about it, and the opportunity during the liberation season here to go to some of the events around the island and especially meet some of the war survivors. And, you know, when you meet them and it's more personal and you meet the families, you really get a sense of how important it is that people do serve. And so it's an honor to do so. And really, at this point in my career, I'm just so grateful for all of those who serve, and grateful for a community that's so welcoming of a military community.
Absolutely. I mean, we're receiving a blessing right now, and we'll stop and we'll pause briefly so we can take in that blessing. But along with the blessing, I see members of the U.S. Armed Services. So we'll pause right now and allow our listeners to take in this blessing.
we off?
Look, oh, release thing. I don't know if that was on purpose, but it was kind of beautiful. Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat them this year.
Admiral, the Marianas
Joint Task Force?
Joint Task Force Marianas?
Joint Task Force Micronesia.
Micronesia.
Yeah.
Is that a relatively new?
It is. It's only about a year old.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And what is the difference between that and
Joint Region Marianas?
Was it
JRM? Yeah.
Joint Region Marianas?
Yeah, if you think of Joint Region Marianas, mostly has the responsibility for integrating the installations, so the bases, some of the outlying airfields, and Joint Task Force Micronesia really is the operational integrator of things here, CNMI, and in the freely associated states.
Okay. So your reach has not necessarily expanded, but I mean, what's different between what they did and what you do?
The difference really is one installations versus operational.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have your operations expanded significantly compared to what Joint Region Marianas was doing?
No, we've picked up a couple of the responsibilities that they had, but beyond that, we're very much still getting our feet under us and pulling together the plan.
They're putting. Have they rehabilitated the airfield in Tinian yet?
That's underway. That's underway.
And then they were going to do one in Palau.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, that's right.
I was the
lots of good work going on.
Yeah, I was the bureau chief for Stars and Stripes from '94 to 2000 here.
Oh wow!
So I had a lot of experience covering Guam military and the AOR out to Thailand and Hawaii when they had exercises. So it's just interesting now, 25 years later, to see that there have been. I mean, we've been watching the buildup out by Camp Blas and up north and seeing all the construction going on. So we've seen that, but to understand fully what's going on behind the scenes, that's to me is more interesting.
Yeah.
Coming up is from a float from Ordot Chalampago, or Chalampago Ordot, right? So the Mayor Wayne Santos, is our mayor of Chalampago Ordot, and so with their float, they've got gummy bears. Gummy bears are more than just colorful candy. Okay. They carry a cultural renaissance that spans generations, often associated with childhood, joy, and innocence. They have also evolved into surprising symbols of strength and resilience for youth and adults. For children, gummy bears represent fun, imagination, and comfort. Their small size, vibrant colors, and chewy texture evoke a sense of wonder, associated with playfulness and innocence. Linked to birthday parties, rewards, and lighthearted moments, gummy bears serve as a shared cultural artifact, anchoring us to our childhood while helping adults express strength through softness, humor, and resilience. And so once again, this is the Chalampago Ordot float that you see on your screen here at the 81st Guam Liberation Day Parade. Admiral Lasky, have you, in your hometown, do you have parades? And so what were your experiences watching some of these parades in your hometown?
Where is your hometown?
Yeah. Where's my hometown? My hometown right now is right here.
Okay.
Good answer. Good answer.
At this point, home really is just kind of wherever I am at the time.
Sure.
And like I mentioned before, such a welcoming community here.
Yeah.
It's easy to feel at home here. But I did grow up in near Old Town Alexandria, Virginia.
Hey, I love Old Town Alexandria. The DMV.
Just outside of there.
Yes.
And we certainly had parades in Old Town.
Right.
Commemorating
King
each
Street.
of the big. Yes.
See, I know.
You've got it.
Yeah.
You've got it. Yeah. And I actually marched in a couple of them. I was in a fife and drum corps when I was a young kid. And,
oh, nice. We used to have fife and drum. Well, we used to have drum and bugle corps.
Yeah.
Here back in the 70s, 60s, and 70s.
Yeah, yeah.
Not so much anymore.
So I certainly, as you can imagine, so close to Washington D.C. A real sense of patriotism during those parades, and I think that probably stuck with me a little bit.
Yeah.
But nothing like the sense of community here.
Wow.
This is really something.
Well, I appreciate that very much. I know the people of Guam really appreciate the sentiments from you and also Admiral Midas as well. And so we just thank you for being part of our community. Thank you for serving, and thank you for keeping us safe. We appreciate you very much. Is there anything else that you'd like to say, Admiral Lasky?
No, I'll just send the thanks back your way.
Yeah.
Thanks for making this an easy place to move to. Thanks for making me part of the community, and I look forward to working with the community here as we figure out how to continue to defend.
We are so happy to have you.
Good.
If there's anything that PBS can do for your community, don't hesitate to ask.
Will do. Thank you much.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
We're getting word that we're going to get our first interview or conversation on the parade route. So we're going to go to that in just a bit. Thank you so much for tuning in to the 81st Guam Liberation Day Parade, presented to you by PBS Guam and KGTF Channel 12.
Hafa Day, it's Ashley and Miki live here at the 81st Liberation of Guam.
And we're here today with Jamaican Grill, and we have one question to ask you. How does Jamaican Grill being here connect the brand to the spirit of the island?
Well, I'd be very happy to answer that question. But first, Hafa Day and congratulations, Guam, on the 85th year liberation. Congratulations. We at Jamaican Grill are so thankful to be part of this. And to answer your question, Miss, Jamaican Grill's founding was 30 years ago in the Chamorro village. We feel as though we are a grassroots restaurant operation, starting with 2 people only, and growing and being supported by the community all these years. And so, to answer your question, we feel as though we're a very grassroots, local, Chamorro, Jamaican fusion cuisine restaurant that has stood the test of time, 30 years of operation. Thanks to our customer base. Thank you to all the guests and the consumers that eat at Jamaican Grill each and every day over the course of 30 years. Yeah, man, serious food. Yeah, man, serious Guam. Viva Guam. Happy Liberation Day, Guam. Yeah, man.
Can we dance with your mascot?
Okay, thank you so much for joining us here at the 81st Liberation Day Parade. Please, let's tomorrow. We are now approaching parade train number 50. That's 50. Making its way down the parade route. The shout-outs are waiting at the grandstand right now. A special request to guests on the microphone. This is Mayor from Talafoco. Wants to read her village's decision. Happy Talafoco! Mayor Brenda Cannery, Happy Talafoco! I'm going to give the microphone to Mrs. Mayor. Our village float is designed and built by our hard-working Talafoco Mayor's Office staff. Governor's Youth Summer Employment Program employees, and a few dedicated villagers who gave their time, talent, and treasure to make the float possible. We hail from the village of Talafoco, located in the south central of Guam on the eastern coast of the island. We bring to you our northern South Chamorro! The Talafoco float for the 81st Guam Liberation Day proudly honors the strength, courage, and resilience of the Chamorro people through the legacy of our activists, those who have fought to protect our land, language, identity, and sovereignty. As the 81st Liberation Day promoted tomorrow, we display a model of a strong and proud Chamorro male at forefront of our float, with villagers of a range of different ages surrounding him remind us that through these age barriers, his dream is to protect our culture, our land, our river, our language, our water, and our homeland. We must continue to move forward and never surrender. At the center of the float stands the seal of Guam, a symbol of unity and survival through war, colonization, and resistance. Surrounding it are pillars representing each Chamorro activist. Each pillar wrapped in woven coconut leaves and etched with the names and imagery of movement leaders such as Chief Matapan, 7 heroes of Malesto, the martyrs of the Malta Memorial, Angel Leon Guerrero Santana, the Latifi Castro Gold, the Nadita Kamatsu Junta, and countless unsung heroes from Tamboco. These pillars symbolize the foundations of justice, cultural pride, and self-determination. The float is adorned with local flowers and almond plants native to Palafoco, known as the Dust of God, symbolizing healing and strength. Palafoco float is tribute not only to the liberation of 1944, but to the ongoing liberation of the Chamorro spirit. A reminder that freedom is not only about survival, but about reclaiming who we are. Viva Chamorro! Viva! Viva Talaguapo! Viva Talaguapo!
All right, welcome back to the 2025 81st Guam Liberation Day Parade. And so with us now, the commanding officer of Marine Base Camp Blas, Colonel Marshall. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Great to be here.
So the significance of Camp Blas, he is our Congressman, Ben Blas, and also Brigadier General of the U.S. Marine Corps, right?
Correct, yep.
Yeah, and so can you tell me a little bit about just the Marine Corps being back here in Guam, having its own base? This is U.S. Marine Corps, you know, Route 1 is Marine Corps Drive, yeah. And so you mean a lot to us.
Absolutely, and we are glad to be here and glad to integrate within the community of Guam. You know, as a lot of people know, we had a pretty big presence here all the way up into the early 90s with our Marine Corps barracks on a naval base. And, you know, as a result of the base reductions, that facility shut down. But now we are back again as Marine Corps Base Camp Blas, and we're really looking forward to, you know, continuing to integrate in the community. And Camp Blas is a special place. It's going to be a very important base in a very strategic area.
And so you just got here too, right? You just the command has been turned over to you.
Correct.
Yeah.
I took command from a very fine and capable officer who many people on the island know, Colonel Ernie Gouveia. He did a great job, him and his bride Sandra, and they integrated themselves in the community. And yeah, I got big shoes to fill, but I'm not worried about it because I got a great team.
Where did you come from?
I came from the Pentagon.
Okay. Very good.
It's good to be out in the sun.
Well, we're so very happy to have you, and so again, watching where Marine Corps Base Camp Blas is situated, even the memorial highway there is named after General Ben Blas. So, you know, it's just, he means so much to this community, is what he has done as a congressman, and then also as a colonel as a general in the Marine Corps. And so it is very special to see you here watching us and our 81st Guam Liberation Parade behind us on Marine Corps Drive.
Yeah, I guess the history of Marine Corps is intertwined with the history of Guam, all the way from before World War II and through World War II. So yeah, we are happy to be part of the community.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts with the parade so far?
Oh, excellent. I mean,
Yeah?
this is one, I've been in a lot of places in America, and there's a lot of patriotic displays all over our country. But I would have to say that this is the first Liberation Parade that I've been to, and this is one of the best patriotic displays that I've seen in the whole country. So great parade, and I'm glad to be invited and I'm glad to be able to participate.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Chairman.
That's fine, Paulie. I've forgotten what I was going to say.
I'm so sorry. We got the big Doni behind us in Mangilao. So Mangilao float is right behind us. And so we want to thank the village of Mangilao, the village of capital of education, culture, and sports. The proud village of Mangilao, known as the village of capital of education, culture, and sports, proudly presents its float for the 81st Guam Liberation Day Parade under this year's powerful theme, Wanogi Tomorrow, Rise Tomorrow. We are also proud to announce and present their royal princess, our royal princess, Miss Alana Felicia Salas Ngakta, who graces our float with dignity and pride. She represents the next generation of leaders, strong, rooted in culture, and rising with purpose. The Mangilao's float honors the strength, resilience, and unity of our people, past, present, and future, adorned with symbols of cultural pride and heritage. The float features traditional Chamorro architecture, vibrant tropical plants, and representations of the Latsi stone and our people enduring foundation. Our float reflects Mangilao's legacy as a place where heritage and progress rise together. You can see Mayor Ngakta as well coming down, and I believe they are going to be greeting our governor, Lou Leon Guerrero. There it is, giving gifts to the governor. Once again, that is Royal Princess Miss Alana Felicia Salas Ngakta presenting to the governor.
Colonel, did you bring your family with you?
Well, actually, they're still in America because I got a couple kids in college, and my wife's doing her best as a military spouse to support them right now. But they'll be out next summer, and looking forward to that.
What have you in the 2 weeks that you've been here? What's been what's the thing that you didn't expect to learn that you've learned in those 2 weeks?
Well, I probably have to say that the number one thing I learned is that the people of Guam are probably some of the most patriotic people in the country. This is a great time to arrive on the island during the events of the Liberation celebrations, and really just the patriotic displays I've seen. I haven't seen them, or very rarely seen them in a lot of other places I've been. So I'm very impressed by people of Guam, their level of patriotism, and their respect for history, and the freedoms that we all cherish.
Where did you grow up?
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Cincinnati.
So that's probably the polar opposite of this place, because it's right in the middle of the country, kind of landlocked. We got water, but it's rivers and lakes, so a little bit different.
Did you get out to the ocean yet? Did you get to explore a little bit?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Are you a water person?
I'm not so much of a water wizard, but maybe by the time I leave here, maybe I will be one.
Absolutely, absolutely. We hope that you continue to immerse yourself into the Guam culture, the Chamorro culture, the heritage, and we really appreciate your support and for also putting on that uniform. And so I wanted to ask, I asked Admiral Lasky, what does it mean to serve?
Well, it means a lot, and I've been in the Marine Corps almost going on 25 years, and throughout that time, I got a chance to get a little perspective. I was commissioned on August the 10th of 2001, and we all know what happened approximately 30 days later. So having served, been to Iraq, been to Afghanistan, served the country with myself, along with my family, I would say that service is really a pouring out of yourself for the greater good and for your countrymen. And I wouldn't regret one moment of any minute of service that I've served in the military.
Well, thank you so much for being here with us and celebrating our 81st Guam Liberation Day. Behind us, this is just absolute paradise, Colonel.
That it is.
Yes, it is. And so what a fantastic shot. Thank you so much for being with us today. Is there anything else that you'd like to share to the men and women who serve, not just in the U.S. Marine Corps, but who serve in all U.S. Armed Forces?
Yeah, all I want to say is, for all service members and the families who support them and the civilians who support them, thank you very much. You have a lot to be proud of, and continue to serve our great nation. Thank you very much.
I would be remiss. I know the chairman was asking before we got on. Maybe you could just update us real quick what is going on. What can we expect over at Marine Corps Base Camp Blas in the very near future?
Sure.
Yeah.
So we're in the construction phase, and we'll continue that. We'll continue on with the construction of the base over the next several weeks, months, and years. And as we build up, obviously we are tied in with the local community, and we continue to make sure that we keep the community updated in terms of our plans.
When is the completion date tentatively set?
Yeah, obviously, you have delays, obviously through COVID, Marwar, et cetera. But we got a couple more years to go before we're at the point where we consider ourselves fully operational capable.
Is that the point where you can start bringing Marines here?
Yeah, we that is one. Both of those things are probably disconnected from each other because as facilities come online, we'll be able to support the Marines and the Joint Force.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. Happy Liberation Day.
Thank you very much.
Viva U.S. Marine Corps. Thank you, Colonel Marshall, with us, the commander of U.S. Marine Corps Base Camp Blas. You're looking at the Santa Rita Sumai float now. We're going to take a quick break. You're tuned in to the 2025 Liberation Day Parade right here on PBS Guam, KGTF, Channel 12.
Together we rise to honor the strength of our people. Fanogi tomorrow. Happy Liberation Day from your Bank of Guam, Familia.
Happy 81st Liberation Day, Guam, from the Guam Power Authority and the Consolidated Commission on Utilities.
Fanogi tomorrow and Viva Guam!
welcome back. Welcome back to Ashley and Mickey on the Street here with
Justin Feeney.
Yes, and we have just one question for you. So our question is for you is, can you share a message about this special day of remembrance and celebration?
Absolutely. So this is my first time here for Liberation Day, and today truly is about service and community and family, and I'm blown away by just a tremendous outcome here and everyone coming together, and this is just truly a remarkable day, and thank you for having me, and thank you for letting me answer this question today.
Yes, of course, and thank you so much for your service and your contributions. And we want to end this segment by giving the audience a big Biba Guam. And we'll count on 3, and we'll say Biba. Okay, ready? So 1, 2, 3.
Biba Guam!
Longtime teacher made mayor. The Office of the People of Georgia serves as a heart of civic engagement and community empowerment in the southern village of Georgia, Guam. Rooted in the values of unity, cultural pride, and service, the office is dedicated to addressing the needs of the people through responsive governance, cultural preservation, and community development. Guided by deep respect for Chamorro traditions and commitment to modern progress, the office provides services that range from public safety and beautification projects to youth programs, elder services, and emergency response. Through resilience, compassion, and inclusive action, the Office of the People of Georgia continues to foster pride and unity among its residents. Inspiring all to rise and celebrate the spirit of Georgia rules, led by Mayor Brian Tilani, making their approach to the grandstand as we speak. Again, right at the stand, we have the beautiful village of Georgia, representing Willow Hills, Balls Gardens, Novel, I don't know what it says on the other side of the float, but led by Mayor Brian DJ Terlaki. You know, there's not much thing I really know about Georgia. Is that they roll? Georgia rolls, led by Mayor Terlaki. It's a powerful visual and cultural tribute to the strength, to the legacy, and the unyielding spirit of the Chamorro people. As seen through the lens of the southern village of Georgia, every element of the club reflects the unique heritage and resilience of community, offering a narrative that honors the past, life, present, and guides the future.
set some rules. Rule number 1, you sleep in my bed every night. 2, when I kiss you, you kiss me back fully. And rule 3, your pleasure, that belongs to me too. Only me. Daniel's here because he's your future.
Jonah is the last of our village float entries. We're now approaching our government agencies. So government agencies quickly approaching the grandstand. DOC will be entry number 56. DOC, entry number 56. Now making their approach to the grandstand is our first of the Gov Guam Agency entries. Let's give a big holiday hello. Department of Corrections! Led by Director Fred Bedalia, the Guam Department of Corrections, or DECCOR for short, is to protect the public from the destructive action of law offenders through control and rehabilitation. We're here today to represent our officers who cannot be present because they are holding down the fort. We thank them for their commitment to the agency and the people of Guam. Viva DOC! Viva DOC! Coming together to celebrate this year's theme, Pinocchio Chamorro, we are reminded that in order to protect our island and its people, we must stand as one. Again, this is our first of the Gov Guam entries here for the 81st Liberation Day Parade. Pinocchio Chamorro, DOC kicking off the Gov Guam entries. We're going to ask, DOC is number 56 of the 70 entries. Number 56 of the entries. Thank you so much to DOC for keeping us safe. This is our SORT response team, not to be mistaken with the school opening readiness team. This is our special operations response team, SORT for short, keeping us safe in the Department of Corrections. So we have some collaborations coming up for the next entry. Entry number 57 is the Department of Parks and Recreation, the Council of Arts and Humanities Agency, the Guam Public Library System, DISID, and the Guam Veterans Association. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Gov Guam agencies teaming up to bring you.
Together we rise to honor the strength of our people. Fanogi tomorrow. Happy Liberation Day from your Bank of Guam, Familia.
I think that's a judge float, and they're driving away too fast. Bye. John, okay, never mind. I guess we're not going to get a full assessment. Our judges can get it. Making their way to the grandstand is entry number 58. That's the Guam Environmental Protection Agency. And here we are, Guam EPA, they're ready. The Guam Environmental Protection Agency, or Guam EPA, is the primary regulatory authority responsible for protecting Guam's natural resources and ensuring environmental and public health. Established in 1973, the agency enforces environmental laws, promotes sustainable practices, and provides technical guidance to ensure compliance with these regulations. They manage air and water quality, oversee solid and hazardous waste, issue permits, and engage with the community to preserve the island's ecological integrity for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at some of the many assets of the Guam Environmental Protection Agency. The staff dressed in island attire marching alongside the decorated agency vehicles, featuring arch memorial culture and natural elements symbolize unity, environmental stewardship, and pride. Their presence affirms a commitment to protect Guam's well-being. Isn't it? Show me your liberation wave, yes. And a sustainable development for our future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, that's entry number 58, the Guam Environmental Protection Agency. Now making their approach to the grandstand, entry number 59, the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. The Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, as we call them, GBWC. Because we need a buy a vow. GBWC, GBHWC, is Guam's main public agency for mental health and substance use services. It was originally established in 1983 as the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, following Public Law 17-21. In 2013, the agency was renamed to GBWC to reflect a broader focus on wellness and recovery. Since its founding, GBWC has grown significantly to meet island's behavioral health needs, offering services for children and adolescents and adults, including crisis response, counseling, residential care, and substance abuse treatment. Viva GBWC! Hey, they're giving out magnets that look like cell phones. Led by Director Carissa and Dr. James, GBWC is entry number 59, and don't forget the number to call is 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. 988 offers 24/7 judgment-free support for mental health, substance use, and more. Text, call, or just chat 988. Since its founding in 1983, GBWC has stood with the people of Guam, offering care, compassion, and hope to those facing mental health and substance use challenges. With a team of dedicated professionals, GBWC serves children, families, and adults across the island, helping them rise above adversity and reclaim their wellness. In the spirit of this year's theme, Fanogi Chamorro, Steady Guam Minions, GBWC celebrates the strength and resilience of our island community, Chipwick continues to uplift lives and protect the well-being of our island. Together, we rise. Together, we heal. Viva Chipwick! Viva Guam! Somewhere Chipwick, off the day, Chipwick. Coming up next is GORA, Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority.
Half a day, welcome back to the parade. Guahusi Victoria Lola Leon Guerrero. I'm with the University of Guam Press, the Director of Publishing, and I'm excited to join you today with my co-host.
I'm Ina Carrillo, GM with PBS Guam.
And I'm Ken Gofigan Cooper from the University of Guam's Micronesian Area Research Center.
We hope you guys are enjoying the parade today and our coverage of the 81st Liberation Day Parade. I think right now we have Guam Behavior and Health and Wellness Center just passing by.
Yeah, and they were promoting their 988 hotline, which is such an incredible service for our community, especially sometimes like during the holidays. You might be feeling a bit overwhelmed. Know that they're there. If you need somebody to talk to, please don't hesitate to dial 988.
Yeah, such a great resource. I'm glad we have it.
So this year's theme, Whanogi Chamorro, how do we see it coming out in the parade thus far?
You know, it's interesting. I mean, I've been watching some of the village parade, the village floats, and it seems like our mayors have done a really great job of trying to implement all the little aspects of our anthem into their floats. I'm excited that we were able to capture all of that today.
And Biba to the mayors. You know, the mayors, that village level is where really the action is, yeah? So Biba to the mayors for putting this all together. It's a hot day, but much better than a torrential downpour that we were anticipating.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and all the people that help to put the floats together, that feed the people that put the floats together, Viva Hamzu. It's a wonderful way to come together and remember, especially our war survivors who endured the Japanese occupation for 2.5 years. And, you know, this day is a remembering of them and how they rose from that and created the families we know and love today. So it's a beautiful celebration. The weather is turning out to allow everybody to come together.
And I think that theme of Whanogi Chamorro really is about, you know, our people's resilience, our people's perseverance, and our people's strength. And that's why I love the theme for this year. You know, so it shows that man metgurit, man mesungonit na como Chamorro, the enegi guazaho.
Who do we have now?
Seems like the Serve Guam Commission behind us, AmeriCorps. Oh, there, Biba UOG, right there.
Ah, Biba! So the Serve Guam Commission was established in 2005 and is 100% funded by AmeriCorps, a federal agency which provides funding to bring our island community together to tackle the most pressing challenges through national service and volunteering. And we see the AmeriCorps volunteers in almost every aspect of our community. So Viva AmeriCorps!
You know, we also want to take this time to maybe thank our sponsors. We have our list here, right? You know, this broadcast is sponsored by the Department of Public Health and Social Services, the Division of Children's Wellness, Preschool Development Grant Birth to 5, the Guam Police Department and Wear It Guam campaign, KUM Communications, Pacific Islands Club Guam, Bank of Guam, Jones and Guerrero, Guam Power Authority, Guam Energy Office, Premier Construction, Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Crowns, Coca-Cola, and Foremost Foods, who, by the way, are celebrating 75 years. Guam Green Growth, Pacific Daily News, Mega Mix 101.9 FM, K-Stereo and Kish, Cherry Media Vision, Trivision Media, Vantage Advertising, Thrive Media Group, and East West Rental Center. Those are our sponsors for the day. With some special thanks from Wendy's Guam, Pepsi Guam Bottling, Payless Markets, Cinnabon Guam, Jamaican Grill, Living Water, Subway, and Chili's Grill and Bar.
Viva Sizos Masi to all our sponsors and to Dr. Cooper, and we're going to take a little break, so we'll see you in a little bit.
Through daily service, emergency response, and long-term planning, DPW plays a vital role in supporting the safety and resilience of all 98 villages. The Department of Public Works is proud to present its 2025 Liberation Day float, inspired by this year's theme. Learn how we shall more DPW. Where you at? Viva DPW! DPW, you are a judge float. We'll need you to stop for a moment so all judges can make their assessment and score your entry. So DPW, please pause so our judges can make a fair assessment of your parade flow. DPW first 2 in our parade route, 62 of 70. We're nearly there, guys. But just a gentle reminder, if you want to catch the fireworks show, that's tonight, 7:21 p.m. There's 3 locations for the fireworks show. You don't want to miss it. Stay here in Hagåtña, 7:21 p.m. Oh, and thank our sponsors, Bank of Guam, Construction, and for your family and friends who are not on the parade route with us today, you can go ahead and tune in to DPS Celebration Day Channel 12 right now, or log on to YouTube.
Together we rise to honor the strength of our people. Fanogi tomorrow. Happy Liberation Day from your Bank of Guam Familia.
GBB is approaching me, so I want to make another plug for the fireworks display hosted by the Guam Visitors Bureau tonight. To wrap up the day, a Liberation Fireworks show hosted by the Guam Visitors Bureau will light up the night sky at 7:21 p.m. at the following 3 locations. That's the Hagåtña Treatment Plant. That's a 15-minute show. For the preview, that's a 5-minute display. At Paseo Point, Statue of Liberty locale, 5 minutes. Now making their approach to the grandstand is the Department of Public Health and Social Services. With hearts full of pride and a deep sense of purpose, the Department of Public Health and Social Services marches today in honor of the people we serve and in honor of every soul who has ever risen.
Hafa Day, welcome back. We're with PBS Guam, and we're just going to take a moment to give a few announcements to our community.
Yes, buenas, everybody, and just some fireworks information. To wrap up the day, there's going to be a Liberation Fireworks show hosted by the Guam Visitors Bureau. They're going to light up the night sky at 7:21 p.m. at the following 3 locations. Hagatna Treatment Plant for a 15-minute display with Fort Apugan and Paseo Point Statue of Liberty Locale. Also, to our left, there's Crowns Guam and PBS Guam Liberation Club collaboration tees. Celebrate Guam's liberation in style with the exclusive Crowns Guam PBS Guam collab tee, which is available only here at the Liberation Day Parade. Show your pride and support local. It's important to note a portion of the proceeds go directly to PBS Guam to help keep our island's public television station running strong. This is a limited release. Grab yours while they last. And lastly, on August 1st marks the 75th anniversary of the signing of the Organic Act of Guam. So that's going to be coming up. These are all our awesome fireworks information, the shirts that you can get. So if you're here on the grounds or if you know someone who's here, come and grab it. Come and grab these shirts.
Absolutely. Looks like we're kind of winding down the parade. We are at entry number 49, Public Works. Are we Public Works?
We just finished Public Works, and now it looks like the Department of Public Health and Social Services is joining us on the parade route. And it looks like they've got all of their different departments represented, as well as their mobile health clinic, Biba Public Health.
Biba.
For the early mornings, the long nights, and the hearts you carry into every home.
I think up next we're going to be having the Director of Public Health coming, Miss Therese Areola. She should be here shortly. Will be talking with us about some of her programs.
Viva DPHSS! Viva Yosata! Viva
Wow, look at that.
Those are nice latte. Viva Public Health.
Making their way again. Here's that mobile health clinic.
So for those who don't know much about public health, they're one of the most important agencies within our government. The Department of Public Health and Social Services serves our people with honor and especially during times of need. Behind every step today are 7 divisions. They're general admission, public health, or general administration, public health, environmental health, public welfare, senior citizens, children's wellness, and homelessness assistance and poverty prevention. Each one of these divisions is a lifeline for our people, working quietly, tirelessly, and often behind the scenes to care for our island through some of our most vulnerable times. In the spirit of this year's theme of Fanogi Chamorro, it is important for us to celebrate those who rise and help our people through these difficult moments.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they, you know, Department of Public Health and Social Services, they say that the hearts you carry to every home, every clinic, and every corner of Guam, Guam shows us what it means, the Fanogi Chamorro. You are the strength behind every recovery. Biba DPHSS, Biba Ieslata, Biba Guahan.
Biba!
It is a symbol of how Guam stands back up.
Yeah, it's important for us to really reflect on the ways that history has impacted our health and really thinking about, you know, since 1944, the many different kinds of health conditions our community has been faced with. And so, you know, public health has been responding to that call. And so I really admire our island's healthcare workers.
Absolutely.
Not to mention, public health is doing some really great things, especially with trying to digitalize some of their offerings for public assistance. Like, I'll let Chech talk on it, but I know before Chris passed, that was part of his projects that he was working on, and just now, you know, like they're just now they're being realized. So I'm excited for that, and I'll let her talk about it. I see her walking up right now.
Yeah, I know one of the things that we saw rise after World War II because of the change in lifestyle and change in diet were the high prevalence of non-communicable diseases. And I know that Public Health has their NCD consortium really trying to target things like diabetes in our community, things that really, like our shift in lifestyle, can really help to prevent.
Right.
And here's Therese, Director Therese Areola. She's coming up right in a couple seconds. Let me just give the floor to her in a sec.
All right, as we welcome the director, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back.
the Department of Agriculture. Again, responsible for natural resource management activities on Guam. Again, Department of Agriculture, providing their gifts to the Governor and Lieutenant Governor at the grandstand. Again, we have 70 total entries for today's Liberation Parade in Whanogui Chamorro. Now, at entry number 64, Department of Agriculture is your entry number 64. Ladies and gentlemen, we're nearly there. Ooh, candy, my favorite. Thank you so much. Again, shout outs to the Department of Agriculture for all the work they do for natural resource management activities in Guam. We're nearly there again. If you're planning the rest of your day, you're going to want to stay in the Hagåtña area. 7:29 tonight is the fireworks show right here in Hagåtña. Don't be mistaken, those aren't real dogs on that show. And now you're looking at the main assets of the Department of Agriculture. It's way down the parade route. Again, protecting us from the mountains to the oceans. This is the Department of Agriculture. Our Guam conservation officers making their way down the parade route. So there are many divisions of the Department of Agriculture. Right now is the Forestry and Soil Resource Division, and there's Smokey the Bear Trailer. Conserves, protects, and enhances Guam's vegetated environment and natural resources that depend on healthy forests, planting trees, and fighting wildfires. They promote healthy and productive forests in rural and urban areas. Malasami Guam, don't burn Guam. Forestry is also celebrating its 70th year serving the island of Guam. And Smokey the Bear, those dogs might not have been here, but Smokey the Bear is here. Making his way to the grandstand. Only you can prevent forest fires.
All right, Hafideh, and welcome back. We are really excited to have our guest, Ms. Therese Arreola, the Director of the Guam Department of Health and Social Services. She oversees programs related to public health, social services, and the regulatory functions that support the well-being of Guam's residents. Hafideh, and welcome, Ms. Arreola.
Hafideh, Guam, Biba Liberation.
Biba.
Thank you, Guam, for allowing public health to serve you. That's why we exist, and so we're very pleased to be here today to celebrate with all the Chamorros, all the Guamanians that call Guam home.
Absolutely, and so we saw the mobile health clinic in the parade. Would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, our mobile health clinic arrived earlier this year. We're very excited. This is funded through the COVID grants that came through. But of course, it's going to help public health throughout, beyond the pandemics. So look out, Guam. The mobile clinic is going to be, we're going to be partnering with the village mayors. And starting October, we will be in every village in rotation. We want to be sure that we help and go to the folks in their place when they have difficulties in transportation. First of all, we're going to be promoting vaccinations, flu vaccinations, anything that we can bring to the people of Guam. That's what we're here for. So we're looking at ways on them of going to them in their state, and instead of them trying to find public health. And so we're really excited because it's about personal relationships, and nothing is more personal than visiting in their village.
Absolutely. And I know you have a background in really helping the community in different ways, especially including behavioral health and wellness. I know you were part of Sanctuary for a long time. And so really in these different roles, what do you think about this theme of Whanogit Samoru and really thinking about the war from this context?
I think it's wonderful. Whanogit Chamorro is very personal. And, you know, Whanogit Chamorro means stand up, right? And when we're talking about Chamorro, we're talking about stand up the Chamorro Islands. So it doesn't have to be that you're indigenous Chamorro, which I am, so I'm very proud. But it's everyone who call Guam home. And so it's really a call to action on making sure that everyone on the island stands up and promotes our island to the best in its best light, and not forgetting our culture, which is hospitality, inafa maulik, meaning helping others, making things right. And so public health is, I'm very blessed because I feel like public health embodies all that.
Absolutely.
All we do, I've often said that public health is the Santa Claus of agencies. We give out so much benefits. We have 7 divisions, the Division of Children. So just that. We take care of CPS kids. We take care of child care centers. We take care of children who have been neglected and need foster parenting. We have a division of aging or senior citizens. We take care of adult protective services. It is unconscionable and really not part of our culture to treat our manumko or our elderly with disrespect or neglect. And so, you know, public health umbrellas that division that takes care of any reporting of elderly neglect and abuse. And also, we have the newest division is the Division of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention. That was it was an initiative by the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. It was held under the governor's office. But when we were talking to the governor and the lieutenant governor, we realized that this is not one administration's problem. This has been going on for many, many decades and many different administrations. But this administration stood up the Office of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention. So when I came on board, I said, we need to move it over because it can't be at the whim of any administration. It's got to be concerted effort that continues to help the most vulnerable population that are without homes and are suffering out there in the community, in the streets. And so earlier this year, the governor and the lieutenant governor moved the Office of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention to the Public Health Department, which is now the newest division of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention.
Viva.
And so, you know, that's 3 divisions. We have another division, Environmental Health, the Division of Environmental Health. Very known during school years. We are responsible for making sure that all schools on Guam, or public schools on Guam and charter schools on Guam, are fit for our kids to go back to school. We also take care of over 3,000 establishments of restaurants and making sure that our food is good for our people to visit. So there's quite a bit of work that happens in the Division of Environmental Health.
So you're wearing many, many hats,
I
not
wear
just that one.
And we are so grateful.
But I have many wonderful staff.
Well, thank you so
much. We are the biggest agency on the island outside the Department of Education. And but last but not least, if I can say, we have the Division of Public Welfare. People know public health as the giver of SNAP dollars, of Medicaid insurance, of CHIP, and so of TANF financial assistance. We have over a third of our population, 42,000 people, accessing our either SNAP or Medicaid. And I'm just happy to tell everybody that we have today with us on Guam, we have CMS officials, the federal officials that are here on Guam, because we are making changes in our transformation of our technology. And I just want to give a big shout out to CMS because they have just approved $38 million to change our system. And so Guam, we're going to have better service for you. That much I promise you.
Right. So
Happy Liberation.
Happy Liberation. We're going to take a quick break. Sijus Masi Guam, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. I know it's a lot.
Where we're going to see what my favorite part of the Liberation Parade is, the Queen's Float. She'll be making her approach. She is the last one to make her approach. So bye-bye to GMH. Thank you so much for joining the Liberation Day Parade theme. But not each tomorrow. Stand you
Together we rise to honor the strength of our people. Fanogi tomorrow. Happy Liberation Day from your Bank of Guam Familia.
Again, we're looking at a tax team effort from Guam's most important agencies regarding tourism, our island's #1 industry. This is a dual entry by the AB Wonkat International Airport Guam and the Guam Visitors Bureau. Air Chamorro Airplane. Here's a little description of what you're seeing in the back of this float. As an island in the Pacific Ocean, the use of the airplane for transportation for both domestic and international journeys facilitate our tourism arrivals from our source markets in Asia and connects Guam residents to the rest of the world. Air travel is a significant contributor to Guam's economy, supporting job creation and economic impact. You also see flags across this parade float. The flags depict our source markets and direct air connections. Currently, our 8 airline partners of United Airlines, Korean Air, Japan Airlines, Philippine Airlines, and low-cost carriers.
All right, Hafa Day. It's good to be back. I'm joined now with two of my colleagues from the University of Guam, Austin Shelton, the director of CIS, the Center for Island Sustainability and Sea Grant, and Anania Nelson, who is also a member of his team. Thank you for joining us. So,
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, so, this year's theme is Fanogi Tomorrow, and if there's any place where, we really encourage people to rise and live their lives to their fullest, is at the University of Guam, where there's so many opportunities to learn and grow and uplift our community. So, Austin, why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, sure. Well, first of all, it's such a wonderful place to work. The University of Guam recently celebrated over 70 years of being an institution, and there's so much going on. You know, we're both a land grant and a sea grant institution. So in addition to the teaching mission and everything that we're doing for our students, we're also out in the community and events like this, the biggest event of the summer, something that all of our community comes and gathers around, and we bring the university out into the community, and we listen to what the needs are of the community and bring that back, and that directs our research, our teaching, and all of the activities that we have to offer for the island.
Absolutely. UOG's mission is Ina Descubri Setbi, so it really is to enlighten, discover, and serve. And so learning happens, of course, in our incredible classrooms with our really talented faculty, but also throughout the island and region, there's many ways to engage with the research and service that the university does. So, you know, before we kind of go a little bit more into what CIS and Sea Grant does, I actually wanted to share the University of Guam Press is celebrating 10 years of active publishing in the community, and you can actually see our full collection of books at uogpress.com. And today I just brought a few that really focus on the stories of our Meñaina during World War II. So Mariquita by Chris Perez Howard, A Borrowed Land, which tells the experience of Japanese Chamorro families. By Peter Onodera, The Massacre at Atati, which tells the story of a group of brave men from Malesu who liberated their village at Atati. And finally, one of our most recent publications, the autobiography of former Governor Ricardo J. Bradalio, who has...
And I love this one. I couldn't stop reading it.
I was going to say, it's some of the most vivid descriptions of pre-war Hagåtña, but also of his family and other families in Hagåtña, what their wartime experience was. So, you know, our community is really writing and sharing these stories, and it's one of the best ways to learn about ourselves and who we want to become is by reading the stories of our elders.
And a lot of it happens right here in the background, like just the descriptions of the roads and the people who used to live there. It's really amazing and vivid, as you said.
Yeah,
and
it's like
congratulations, Lola. I mean, 10 years, you're celebrating a big milestone for UOG Press and publishing lots and putting a lot out into the community, all of this knowledge, and really a background where for people from Guam to really understand what's happening here in Guam and Micronesia. It's really a gift to our community. So thank you for pushing all of this forward.
Thank you. Yeah, it wouldn't be possible without all the incredibly talented writers and artists in our community. We have such an incredible team. And more than anything, just the commitment of the university to tell these stories, to make more knowledge available to our community. And in fact, we've partnered together with creating educational resources that go out into our schools and so much more. So why don't we hear a little bit more about CIS and Sea Grant through the example of even how you're offering a great service today at the parade.
Sure. So over at the Center for Island Sustainability and Sea Grant, we have a number of programs that cover so many different things, from research of marine and terrestrial areas in Guam, but also a lot of outreach and community engagement. So we have under the Guam Green Growth initiative that is partially funded by our legislature. Thank you to the legislature for your funding, but we have conservation core programs. And so with these programs, we're able to meet the community in all of these different spaces. Particularly today, we are recycling cans with iRecycle with Peggy Denny. So we have created a bunch of aluminum can bins for each of the families and tents to take home after today, but specifically to use today to recycle their cans, and then we give all of those cans back to the local schools for funding for their schools.
Yeah, so we're expecting thousands of these cans to be collected, and the great thing about working with iRecycle is that we take those redemption values that we get for the aluminum, and then, yeah, as Anania said, that goes back to benefit our schools.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that Chamorros are really good at is recycling. So at least growing up, right, knowing how to reuse our containers. But even prior to the war, like, what are some of the things that your research has revealed about the way we care for the land?
Well, right on the other side of us, we're sitting behind our Guam Green Growth Circular Economy and Makerspace and Innovation Hub at the Chamorro Village. So that's all about our island being the original circular economy and trying to loop back into that. So thinking about waste not as waste anymore, but as resources. And how do we turn those resources into things like new marketable materials to diversify our economy and really move our island forward to that sustainable and prosperous future.
Ah, Viva UOG. What are the ways that the University of Guam takes this knowledge and kind of connects with the rest of the world and shares it, not just in the region, but throughout the world?
Well, I think it really starts with our teaching. So there's some exciting things like there's new programs with our new School of Engineering. There's going to be one in mechanical engineering. There's been one in civil engineering, also construction engineering. These are ways that we learn how to build up our own island from the ground up. And there's a lot of reasons why we need to build up our local capacity through the education programs, through engineering, through programs like even the Cancer Center to make sure that we're taking care of our own health. There's great programs at the School of Health, but everybody who's doing something at the university, either the thousands of the students or the faculty, they're always finding ways to share it both in the community, at national conferences, and really a complex network of networks. How do we get this information out and also find the best examples and practices to bring it home, apply it, blend that with our island wisdom, which is a huge initiative at the university as well, and then that's the kind of things that moves us forward, but also makes us really unique as an institution, as a higher education institution for our island region.
Absolutely, and I know Dr. Anita Enriquez, our president, Dr. Charlene Santos-Bamba, they're both very supportive of the Island Wisdom initiatives and really anything that will empower and inspire our community to not just attend the university, but graduate and give back to our community. So actually, the island's workforce is largely UOG alumni. So many of all of our teachers, most of our teachers graduate from the University of Guam. Our healthcare professionals, all of our government agencies and businesses are alumni of University of Guam. So I think that's the most beautiful thing, is that it's people staying home.
Even our tech CEOs, we didn't have to import them. We're getting homegrown talent right here, and that's the big part of the mission, workforce development, and UOG is delivering on that.
Absolutely. So if you are graduating or soon to be graduating, please consider the University of Guam for all of these opportunities. We've got some exciting new buildings coming up, our School of Health, our engineering school. We have an exciting new student center. So
Water and Environmental Research Institute, WERI, a new 3-story building, and that takes care of our freshwater resources on island, so that's a great one as well.
Yeah, so I know the parade route is kind of droning us out, but it's really exciting to be here today, and we really welcome you to learn more about the University of Guam, learn more about Sea Grant, visit the Makerspace here at the Chamorro Village.
Yeah, and come buy some of these UOG Press books right there at our Makerspace store on this side, and take a look at all the machines, the 3D printers, laser cutters, CNC routers, and if you have an idea or something creative that you want to turn those waste products into new marketable products, you can do it right here and start your green industry.
Absolutely. So let's see who's joining us now. It looks like we have the Guam Power Authority. What are some of the things that we know about power and reusable? Like, I know our Guam Power Authority has some really important goals to have more renewable power sources.
Well, the cool thing about Guam is that we're the first U.S. island to have a mandate, a commitment to generate 100% renewable energy by 2045. So that puts us ahead of the curve, and GPA is working hard to meet that mandate. They think that they can get to 50% renewable energy before the end of the decade, and figure out how to get us to that 2045 mark as new technologies emerge. One of the exciting surveys that we just released last week was that the majority of our community are open and supportive to things like ocean renewable energy. And so the possibilities are really endless there. And so as our job as an honest broker of information at the University of Guam, we need to take that community input and see it drive action and these policies going forward.
Viva! Viva GPA, Viva UOG. And with that, we're going to take a break, and I hope you're enjoying the parade. Please visit us at uog.edu or uogpress.com and learn more about all these wonderful things we shared today. Sisos Masi.
celebration by showcasing the progress that defines our island's future. Fanoki tomorrow together we stand for Guam's brighter future. Quite literally bringing the power back on. Your entry number 69, the Guam Power Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, we're nearly there. We are at our penultimate entry. Here's an extensive word for you. Penultimate means second to last. Triple J Auto Group entry number 70 will be leading our Queen's float, of course the last float for today. Triple J Auto Group making their approach to our grandstand. Again, if you're wondering what to do after the parade, I encourage you to stay in Hagåtña and watch the fireworks display hosted by the Guam Visitors Bureau. We have 3 locations tonight, 7:21 p.m. here in Hagåtña. But while we have this little break, I want to thank our sponsors, Bank of Guam, Black Construction, Calvin Select Hair, and Guam Auto Spa. I also want to thank the Office of the Governor and Lieutenant Governor, our military representatives from the Marine Corps, the Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, the Guam National and Guam Air National Guard, the Guam Visitors Bureau, the Mayor's Council of Guam, the Department of the Guam Police Department, the Guam Fire Department, the Guam Department of Parks and Recreation, the Guam Department of Public Works, Ms. Peggy Daniel and the Irish Cycle team also ensuring we stay green along the parade route. I also want to thank all our parade participants, including all our marching units, our floats, our companies, and all the entries. Again, we have 70 entries for today's 81st Liberation Parade from Nogi Chamorro. We look forward to next week's parade with our second to last entry with the Triple J Auto Group. Triple J Auto Group leading our Queen's float, which will be right after. Again, the fireworks to wrap up the Liberation Day fireworks show hosted by Guam Visitors Bureau light up the night sky at 7:21 p.m. at the following 3 locations. Those locations are right here in the valley. So don't go far. You have Hagåtña Treatment Plant. That's a 15-minute display. Fort Bhutan, that's a 5-minute display. And Paseo Point, Statue of Liberty locale, that's a 5-minute display. The fireworks will be displayed here in Hagåtña again, 7:21 p.m. Also for your family and friends who may not be with us off the parade route at this moment or maybe they're abroad, you can tell them to watch the parade live broadcast, which started early this morning on PBS Guam, KGTF Channel 12, or tune in on PBS's YouTube channel. Viva Triple J! goodies. Triple J handing it back now. Again, this is our second to last entry, second to last grade entry. Triple J will be shepherding in our Queen's float. Our Queen, of course, for the 81st Liberation Day is Queen Antonia Maria Ferrero, proudly representing her village of Petey and Petey Pride. The Auto Group has been proudly serving the people of Guam and Micronesia for over 40 years. As part of the Triple J family companies, we're home some of the world's most trusted automotive brands, including Ford, Honda, Hyundai, Mazda, Kia, Mitsubishi, Isuzu, Acura, Lincoln, and Volvo. Guided by our customers first commitment, we're more than just cars. We're about building relationships, supporting families, and helping our island move forward. We're also deeply committed to giving back through sponsorships, donations, and community events. Triple J continues to support programs that enhance lives and strengthen our island communities. For 4 decades, we've grown alongside Guam and remain dedicated to serving with integrity and care for generations to come. This year's theme for Nova Tomorrow reflects the pride and resilience of our island and its people. At Triple J Auto Group, our customers' first commitment guides everything we do. We're providing trusted automotive brands to supporting programs that strengthen families and our community. As a company rooted in Guam for over 40 years, we are proud to stand tall with the Chamorro people, honoring the past, and working hand in hand with our island to build a brighter future. Together we celebrate liberation and the spirit of unity it inspires. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Triple J Auto Group. Triple J Auto Group, our customers' first commitment guides everything we do. surely making her way down the parade route is our Queen's float. Take this time to thank our sponsors, Bank of Guam, Black Construction Corporation, Gallo Select Care, and Auto Spot. And as she makes her approach, I'm going to go ahead and read more about our Queen, our Liberation Day Queen today. Our 81st Liberation Queen is Antonia Maria Guerrero from Petey. Antonia was born and raised in the small coastal village of Petey, where the rhythm of life is shaped by tradition, resilience, and community. She grew up surrounded by the strength of the woman who raised her, her mother and her grandmother, both of whom modeled what it meant to live with grace, to live with courage, and unwavering resolve. These women, though through their everyday acts of perseverance and care, became Antonia's earliest and most enduring examples of power. From then, Antonia learned that strength isn't always loud. It's in the sacrifices made, the wisdom passed down, and the love that holds families and communities together. Today, she still calls Petey home, where she's devoted to carrying forward their legacy. Antonia is passionate about uplifting other women and inspiring young girls to recognize their own worth and their potential. Whether through community work, mentorship, or simply leading by example, she hopes to embody the same fierce, nurturing spirit that shaped her, and to light the path for the next generation, a strong woman. Antonia Marie Guerrero is a creative and a confident woman who shines both on and off the stage. She loves expressing herself through dance, body art, and cosmetics, blending passion and personality in everything she does. A gamer at heart, she also enjoys diving into visual adventures and unwinding with her adorable bunnies. Whether she's creating bold nail designs or choreographing a new dance routine, Antonia sees each creative opportunity as a chance to inspire. Antonia believes being bold, being kind, and always being yourselves. Queen Antonia is slowly making her approach to the Liberation Grandstand. And just yesterday, we had our Queen's Revolution where Antonia donated her reign's profits to Sanctuary Incorporated. So beauty and grace with Miss Antonia.
Together we rise to honor the strength of our people. Fanogi tomorrow. Happy Liberation Day from your Bank of Guam, Familia.
entry for today's 81st Liberation Day Parade, the Queen's Float. And we're looking at Her Majesty Antonia Maria Guerrero, a Queen, and her royal court.
Hafa Day, welcome back to the parade, and now we see our Queen's Float.
Yes, right behind us, and we're actually going to turn it over so we can hear from our 81st Liberation Queen, Antonia Maria Guerrero from the beautiful village of Piti.
And while we wait for her to, okay, and so as she makes her way off the parade route, we'd like to actually take a moment to thank you for tuning in today and to thank all of our sponsors.
Right, absolutely, and I think none of this would be possible, without these wonderful sponsors, but supporting PBS Guam, but we have to continue to support PBS Guam directly. There's actually a website, pbsguam.org/support. If you go there and click on the donate button, you can really help an important institution that really helps to tell our stories so we can help restore public broadcasting funds nationally and support our funding locally. Honestly, without important station like this, our stories will have a harder time being told. And that's the importance of doing this.
Great. Viva PBS, Idos Maasi, for all that you do. Thank you for broadcasting the parade for our community. PBS is excited to see everybody again next year for the parade. And, remember that it's important to reflect on our history and to celebrate who we've become as a community. So, Viva Guahan.
Viva PBS Guam.
Fanogi Tamoru. Thank you for joining us.
Idos Maasi.
PBS Guam extends a heartfelt thank you to our amazing contributors for making this year's Liberation Day Parade broadcast a success. Your generous support allows us to bring the joy and pride of this special day into the homes of our island community. Together, we celebrate our history, our culture, and our freedom. Thank you for helping us share the spirit of Liberation Day with everyone. PBS Guam, proudly supported by viewers like you.